Hi, good morning everyone, and welcome to the EHSS Festival of Research. Although we're not on the beautiful surroundings of campus at the moment, or indeed with the prospect of a networking lunch ahead of us, I hope nevertheless you'll join in celebrating the spirit of this day and help to nurture the growing culture and environment of research which we have here in the Faculty of Education, Humanities and Social Sciences, St Mary's. The theme of this year's festival is the research journey. It's a title that's deliberately trying to encompass all the stages of the scholarly life cycle, from the beginnings of the journey as experienced by our postgraduate community, to the progression into a fledgling research career as experienced by our early career researchers, and finally to the sharing of good practice by our experienced scholars who, in the first session today, will impart the lessons that they've learned, the insights that they've gained as successful, resilient, confident and published researchers. The development of the academic and research journey isn't limited to the input of the faculty, but it's shared with all colleagues across the university, from the skilled and supportive librarians who deal with issues of open access and intellectual property rights, to the expertise of the research office, notably that of Claire Tapia and Kim Wright. The collaboration is also seen in the ability of the enterprise team to recognise opportunities that can arise from research activity and then to take them further, maybe into external development. It's this spirit of generosity and collaboration that the festival wishes to celebrate, and which is so important to having a successful research culture across the university. The post of Associate Dean for Research and Enterprise is now shared by Kim Salmons and Michelle Paul, and this has provided the opportunity to develop key areas of the research journey. Kim's brief is to enhance and nurture the research culture, I should say, of the faculty, and to support postgraduate research students. While Michelle has been skillfully guiding academics through the REF process, and in fact I and some other colleagues here have just come from the latest meeting of our REF group in St Mary's, as well as helping staff to develop their personal research plans with a view to preparing for the next REF. And no sooner does one finish, in fact even before one is finished, preparation begins for the next one. Interdisciplinarity is going to be an explicit priority for REF 2028. Our early career researcher, Dr Roland Daw, has used the festival as an opportunity to lead a roundtable discussion to share ideas on how St Mary's is positioned to make the most of this strategic priority. During that session, participants will discuss how to think about and contribute to the interdisciplinarity in the context of the St Mary's research environment. St Mary's focus on postgraduate research study, the intention to increase our PhD student numbers and to validate more professional documents once we get RDAP, reflects the growing acknowledgement in the HE sector of the importance of new generations of scholars and researchers. Postgraduate research students at St Mary's are a valuable and valued part of the university. This year has seen the development of the PGR Moodle site by Kim Wright in the research office, and the introduction of a hardship fund for those students who have been financially disadvantaged by COVID-19. In addition to this, the Research Development Programme has provided the opportunity for PhD students and staff researchers to engage with important and accessible training. Similarly, the EHSS Research Seminar Series, which began in January, celebrates the ongoing work of our PGR community, while the online weekly webinars have offered the opportunity for staff, students, and external guest speakers to deliver interactive presentations, ensuring that the research environment within the faculty continues to be nurtured in the virtual world which we're all currently occupying. And I deliver this address to you today from a spare room in my flat. One of the most important areas of postgraduate research study, and one which has been at the forefront of funding by Research England, is the success and participation of BAME students in postgraduate study. This research has highlighted the need to consider our own WP students, not just at undergraduate level, but at master's and PhD level too. In recognition of this, St Mary's is exploring a partnership with the highly successful Brilliant Club, a charitable organisation that recruits postgraduate research students to teach their research to pupils studying in underrepresented schools. The purpose is to encourage those who fall into the widening participation bracket, and most significantly, BAME pupils, to consider not only entering higher education as undergraduates, but extending their careers into postgraduate research. I'm delighted, therefore, to welcome Dr. Andrew Flemings of the Brilliant Club, who's come to talk to us today about how a collaboration with St Mary's can not only help our students earn money while they're conducting their PhDs, but encourage those from WP and BME backgrounds to excel in higher education. The highlight of the festival, however, comes from three of our own postgraduate research students, Louisa Weinzel, Paul Bryant, and Abby Maguire, who will be showcasing their work. In the spirit of inclusivity, our academic liaison librarian, who is a PhD student at Royal Holloway University of London, will also be presenting on a subject close to our hearts: online presence, impact, and engagement, something we're all particularly trying to focus on in the current circumstances of living virtually in a Zoom-driven world. Finally, I'd like to say that with the generous contributions by our staff and students to this festival at this particularly challenging time, is a testament to the values of St Mary's, not just in the generosity of spirit demonstrated through the sharing of knowledge and good practice, but also the spirit of collaboration across the departments within the faculty. So as Vice-Chancellor, just having completed my first month here at St Mary's, I particularly wanted to welcome you to this Festival of Research, to signal how important this day is, how grateful I am to those who've played a great part in organising it, and to welcome all of you who are joining us virtually for this festival today. To start our journey through the day's activities, I'm now going to hand over to Professor John Charmley, our Pro-Vice-Chancellor for Academic Strategy and Research. Over to you, John.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I want to thank everybody who has organised this. I think that it is a testimony to the excellence of the spirit of scholarship at St Mary's, that despite the adverse circumstances, we've gathered so many here. And I'd particularly like to thank Kim for originating it, Michelle, and Philip Booth for all the work he does as Dean in supporting this vital part. I think also, before I get on to say something else, I'd like to thank Emmanuel Kosak, without whom literally none of this would be taking place. He's making sure that all of this happens. So thank you, Emmanuel. It's called higher education for a reason. As an undergraduate, you're approaching the peak. As a postgraduate, you are very close to the peak. When climbing Everest, climbers need Sherpas. Having supervised 25 postgraduate students myself, I've always seen myself at this stage of career as the Sherpa. And I'd like to thank all the other Sherpas here today, because the work that we do as postgraduate supervisors is a key part of that research journey. I'm old enough to have come up under a system where my supervisor said to me after my viva, well, I'd always taken the view that if you do a DPhil at Oxford, you don't need supervision, to which after the second bottle of champagne emboldened, I said I had noticed. That's not the case here, and it's not the case for you as postgraduate students. As postgraduate students, you are actually the vital part of the ecosystem. Literally, without you, the system would grind to a halt. Our job as supervisors is to do two things: to help navigate you and guide you through this final stage up the mountain, to do something that's then difficult, to move from being a teacher to being a learner, because one of the things that good postgraduate students and good supervision does is it gives as much back to the supervisor as it does to the postgraduate. I've learned far more from my postgraduates sometimes than I fear they've learned from me. That's as it should be. Universities are above all, and it's something to remind ourselves of at this juncture, a community of scholars. We exist because we love what we do. We research because it is in our DNA. We are nosy. We want to find out why things happen. We congregate naturally with other curious people, maybe curious in more than one sense of the word, who also want to know why things happened. And that's the joy of the research journey here. And what we will hear during the course of today is we will get intimations of that joy and how, despite the circumstances in which we find ourselves, the eternal verities that we seek after truth, we seek to advance knowledge, we seek this for its own sake, but we recognize that as well as Newman put it, seeking knowledge for its own sake, we also know that we have a great deal to put back into society, not least at this juncture. One of the things I think that is so totally apparent is that anyone who thought that our society was oversupplied with researchers and knowledge needs to think again. What EHSS does, I think, is to create in a wonderful way that authentic community of scholars with some really super supervisors who go above and beyond the call of duty, as all good supervisors do. So I'd like to finish by thanking them. I'd also like to finish my remarks by thanking you, our postgraduate students, for all you contribute to the St. Mary's community. And as the Vice-Chancellor said, I've established a hardship fund so that if there are any of you who are having COVID-related problems, please let Claire in the research office know, and we will do our best to make sure that we take care of you, as you will take care of the future for all of us. So thank you, and after that, I shall pass on to Kim Salmons to launch proceedings. Over to you, Kim.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you very much, Anthony, for the opening words. I'm not going to spend too long, just to mention that if you would like to ask questions, please use the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. Our first session today is the essentials of the research journey, and we have Professor Philip Booth, we have Dr. Michelle Paul, we also have Patricia Liebtrau from the library and Andrew Conda from Enterprise speaking. We're going to ask participants if they would like to ask questions after each of the papers, as each one will be quite different. So without further ado, I will pass over to Philip now to open up our first session. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Just a second whilst I share my slides and then make some opening comments. Oh, Emmanuel, I think, have my slides been shared? No?
Not yet, no.
Not yet, okay, thank you. Here we go. That should do it.
That works.
Yes, okay.
Perfect.
Thank you all. Right. First of all, I just want to thank Kim for organising this, and thank you all for attending. It's a terrific group of people that have come together for this event. I was very keen when lockdown started to ensure that we carried on with some research related functions. Obviously PhD supervision has to take place, but I wanted seminars to happen obviously in webinar form, and also public engagement events in webinar form, which have also been very successful, which Kim has helped to organise. And I was very keen that this event should carry on too. And the reason for that is that, you know, obviously in lockdown, we're very much focused on getting teaching online. For many people, it's been a huge struggle just because of the volume of work and the volume of marking. It's come at a time when it's been really quite difficult. But as well as being a community of teachers, we are a community of scholars, and our scholarly work informs our teaching. And I think I just felt it was important not to forget that and therefore to have this event in all its glory. So I'm going to start off. I was asked to talk about publishing initially, but I wanted to talk a bit more generally about the research journey, because although I do have quite a few publications to my name, I think there are probably other people in the faculty who are better published than I am. And there are other things I think which I do, which other people perhaps do a bit less of when it comes to their research, in particular public engagement. So I want to talk about really the whole research journey. And there's a metaphor which I'm going to use, and I apologize if this offends any vegetarians or vegans amongst you, but I want to use the metaphor of a cow throughout this presentation. Has this gone on to the second slide, Emmanuel?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because for some reason my laptop is showing something totally different, but as long as I know that you're seeing what you're supposed to see, that's fine. I want to start by making a very small but important point. Academics get distracted too easily. We're interested in ideas, and when our new idea comes along, we start thinking about that new idea rather than doing the boring stuff of taking our old idea to publication and ensuring that we finish our early research projects before we start a new research project. There are a large number of academics I know who have simply too many research projects, and none of them really ever gets taken to fruition and get exploited to the extent that they should. And I would suggest any budding researcher should stick to 2 or 3, possibly even 1, but at the most 2 or 3 different projects at different stages of development. Some of them will be more fully grown than others. Some of them might just be beginning, and some of those that begin you might never take to maturity. But try not to have such a huge range of ideas that you never really get the time to do the quite boring stuff of exploiting your research in the way that you should and getting it into the public domain, which I think is something we actually have a public duty to get our research into the public domain. So once you've got a mature research project, then it's important to milk it for all you can. Now, I'm now going to move on to a slightly different cow metaphor. And imagine this cow, or steer, to use the technical term for cattle that's bred for meat, represents a research project. Some researchers, as I've just suggested, are great at producing the cattle, but not great at getting all the products that you can get from it. So from cattle, it's rump steak, sirloin steaks, burgers, shin for pies, and so on. From a research project, it's newspaper articles, media appearances, blog posts, think tanks, or parliamentary impact, policy papers, book chapters, and academic papers. Now, by no means will you produce all of those things from one research project, but you should try and manage your research projects in such a way, in my view, that you try to achieve as many of those things as is feasible given the nature of research. And I've left some things out. It may be impact through professional bodies, for example, or impact on the practice of teaching. I'm perhaps focusing a little too much on my own specialism here, but there are lots of different ways in which your research can have an impact on society, can contribute to the promotion of knowledge and learning, and that doesn't just happen through the publication of journal papers. Now, I'm just going to suggest 1 or 2 ways in which that can be done in relation to the types of projects I tend to get involved in, which tend to be, not always, but tend to be public policy related. So I just rattled off a list just now, but what might you do in practice? Well, as soon as you start a research project, it's often tempting to think that when you do research, when you look at your research, and you've thought really hard about it, it's often tempting to think, that's not actually all that profound, because you've thought about it so much it becomes obvious to you. But when you even just starting a research project, you probably know more about the subject than most other people do in the world, and that gives you a platform to talk about your research publicly. So as soon as you start a research project, it's worth, for example, writing blog posts about it, talking within professional bodies about it. There might be a blog within the university website, or you may have your own, or you may be able to find blogs which take posts which are relevant to your research. Write letters to newspapers if the opportunity comes up. Journalists notice the names of letter writers, and sometimes they lead to invitations to contribute articles or to contribute to the broadcast media. Tweet about your research and follow relevant journalists so that they may then follow you and read what you tweet. And retweet what other people in the public domain say about the subject of your own research, again, in order to try and build those connections between yourself and other people who are working in the field, but perhaps not at university level. Get in touch with charities or think tanks or campaign groups that might be interested in your research. Spend a little bit of time, probably doesn't take that much time, half an hour or so, finding who is the right person to contact within a charity or a think tank or campaign group, and then ask if you can go along to them and have a chat with them about your work. Most think tanks are consumers of research. They're looking for university researchers so that they can actually then use that as part of their research output, speaking to a slightly different audience from the audience that a university academic would speak to. And then when you develop a relationship with a think tank or a charity or a campaign group, ask them if they will come and lecture on some of your courses so that they can, if you like, pay back something in a reciprocal relationship. See if there is an all-party parliamentary group. Emmanuel, I'll just do another slide check. You can see the slide headed all-party parliamentary groups, can you?
No, not yet. So on the bottom left,
right?
If you hover with your mouse over the bottom left corner, there should come up some tiny arrows where you can skip the slides.
Ah, hang on. What slide are you seeing at the moment?
One research project and the cow.
Oh, goodness me. We've moved on several. Something's gone very wrong here. Right. We should have had. What
Maybe
do you
use
see
the
now?
arrow keys, still the cow. Maybe use the arrow keys on your keyboard. Should work.
Okay.
No.
Apologies, everybody. I think I'll stop sharing and start again. Right. Here we go again. What do you see now?
Slide one. Try to hover with your mouse over the bottom left corner. There should come up two arrows, one to the left and one to the right to skip to the next slide. No?
No, I don't see anything. Oh dear. So you're seeing slide one at the moment?
Indeed.
Still?
Yes.
No.
Or try to share your whole screen and just show your presentation.
Okay.
Without going into presenter mode.
Okay. Apologies to everybody. We've still got 27. Thank you.
So once you have clicked share screen, you can...
Okay.
Yes, brilliant.
Right, okay. So you can now see what I was talking about, which you couldn't. I apologize for that. Some people have too many research projects. Can you see three cows now, Emmanuel?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Perfectly.
Different stages of development. And then the cow with lots of meat products. And now the important one. The rest were just trivialities, of course. One good way into Westminster, one good way of getting your research more widely known in the policy field, and ultimately starting a journey which perhaps will lead your research to change policy, is to contact an all-party parliamentary group, APPGs as they know. There are 750 of these, and they're very friendly. They're made up of politicians from both houses of Parliament, from all parties within Parliament, who share a common interest. So the common interest might be human trafficking, or end-of-life issues, or there are a lot of country groups. So I think there's an all-party parliamentary group on Angola, for example. There's about 100 different country groups. And if you click on the link, which is on my slide there, no doubt Kim will send the slides around at a later stage, then you can find a list of those all-party parliamentary groups. There are about 750 of them altogether. And if you click on the link to get through to the correct all-party parliamentary group, the one that you think, 1 or 2 or 3 that might interest you, you can normally find a secretariat, and you can contact the secretariat and ask if you can attend the meetings. And that could just start a process of engagement, which can lead to all sorts of useful useful discussions, and ultimately potentially can get you, really entrenched in the policy sphere in Westminster, and you can use your research ultimately to help change policy. Another way of trying to do the same thing is to look out for select committee inquiries. And so the House of Lords and the House of Commons both have select committees made up of members of Parliament, again from all parties. These tend to be a bit more combative, and they're designed to hold the government to account, so they don't have any government ministers on them. Look out for select committee inquiries, and send in written evidence to those inquiries. If you happen to be quoted in the inquiry report, that's a pretty big tick when it comes to research impact. And if you get your evidence in early, you might well get asked to give all evidence. So the example you see on the screen here is my being quoted in a House of Lords Communications Select Committee report into broadcasting. And very often people submit to select committees at the end of the research journey. They have some research, they have something interesting to say, so they submit something to a select committee report. In this case, it was the other way around. I started researching broadcasting after I made a submission to the select committee, and I thought that I was then unhappy with some aspects of the of my submission, and I felt there was some more research needed doing, and I then started a research project on public service broadcasting. Now, you can play a very long game. You don't have to sort of think every 2 or 3 years you should be developing a research project for which you should be getting impact. In a 35-year academic career, you might have 4 research projects on different topics that have meaningful impact, one every 8 to 10 years. On an average, probably fewer than, probably on average, every academic has fewer than 1 project which will lead to really strong impact during their career. You can play a long game here. Academics should be prepared to play a long game. The think tank works to much shorter timescales. Right. I'll now move on to publications. So the next thing you need to do, I think, is to develop 1 or more research outputs. For this, of course, you need substantive research. And you should try and get as much exposure of your research as possible, so that when it's submitted to a journal, it's more likely to be robust and accepted by the reviewers. So start with internal seminars, and then move on to try and give external seminars at other universities. Wedge your foot in the door. Email the equivalent of Michelle at other universities and ask if you can contribute to their seminar series, especially if you know that somebody in a department in another university that's potentially interested in your research. Make sure you give a conference paper or 2. Look for collaborators. Conferences are often good places to do that. And then finally, the jewel in the crown, if you like, submit to a journal. Now, when it comes to submitting to a journal, what are the considerations there? First of all, you need to make sure that you choose a journal which is a good fit for your paper. So spend some time, spend a couple of hours reading other papers in the journal to make sure that your paper would fit in. Secondly, look at the ranking of the journal. There's lots of different rankings of journals. Put a link there to one ranking system which ranks different journals by different subject categories, and you could very easily download a spreadsheet of literally hundreds of journals in each subject category, and they're ranked by various metrics. Now, the advantage of a higher ranked journal is that it's certainly a very good springboard for an academic career. Of course, if you submit to a lower ranked journal and it gets accepted, you can't then submit to a higher ranked journal, but you can go in the other direction. So you can take a risk submitting to a higher ranked journal and then go down the journal rankings if you wish. Obviously, that takes more time, but if you like, keeps your options open. But the ranking of the journal isn't everything. You might also be concerned with who reads the journals. Some lower ranked journals are read by more people, or read by the people who you might want to read the paper, than our higher ranked journals. Or you might have just reached a stage in your research journey with a particular topic that you just want to get the paper published and move on. So you might, for that reason, want to submit to a lower ranked journal. That's fine. Just find a journal, make sure you rationalize it in terms of your research and career objectives, and submit as appropriate. But just make sure that you do submit. Don't leave it on the shelf. Other considerations are how likely it is that the paper will get accepted. Most journals actually publish rejection rates. A good proportion of rejections are normally arise because a paper is simply a bad fit. So, you know, if a journal is accepting, say, 20% of all articles, probably half of those it rejects are just a poor fit or very poor articles. And then consider how prepared you are for a rejection. You say you may just be wanting to publish something and move on. It should be said that ref reviewers on ref panels seem to be taking more account of the content of a paper these days than the ranking of a journal. But if you want a career in a Russell Group university or a top university, an Ivy League university in the United States, it certainly is advantageous to be published in top quartile or even top decile journals. So there's lots of considerations there. If you want to speak about that type of thing, I'm always very happy to chat to anybody who wants advice on submitting to journals, or to refer you to somebody who might know your subject area better. Now, when preparing for publication, make sure that you read other work by on the same subject that's been published in the same journal before, and make sure that you cite that work. Editors tend to use people who've submitted and published papers in a journal as referees. It's a kind of lazy thing to do. So you might well find that people who've published in the journal on the topic on which you're publishing are the reviewers. So it's not a bad idea to cite their work. Secondly, make sure you follow the guidelines. Thirdly, if you or your co-author know somebody who's on the editorial board, just try and have an informal chat with them. You can normally find out some useful information. How quickly are the papers turned round? That I think. Fourthly, and this is really important, I think, what do you do when you actually receive the decision from the journal editor? Well, if it's accepted, that's fine. All you have to do is prepare the paper for publication. If it's accepted subject to minor revisions, normally that's a pretty straightforward process. You do the revisions and that's that. The difficult one is when a paper is accepted with major revisions. That probably happens, certainly, I don't know what the statistics are for journals as a whole. In my life, I would say that probably happens to about, I don't know, maybe 40% of the papers that I've ever submitted. Rejections a bit more than that, and acceptances without revisions a relatively small proportion. My advice is that if you get major revisions, don't be too proud. Just plough through the major revisions and do as the reviewers suggest, unless, of course, it's in some sense undermining your academic integrity to do so. You should never say things which you don't think are true, or do things which you think are wrong. But if the reviewer is advising something, it's not likely to get accepted unless you are doing as the reviewer suggests in the majority of cases. And then the final thing, which again is really important, is whether or not the journal asks you to do so, always prepare a detailed note explaining how you have responded to each reviewer's points, and on those occasions where you don't decide to respond positively, explain why you explain where you haven't and why. Be somewhat deferential to the reviewer. Don't be too proud. The likelihood is that reviewers are like everybody else in the world, a bit lazy. They want to get on with life. They've got their own research to do, and with a bit of luck, they'll just read your note and they'll be happy and confident, and then won't reread the paper. Now, finally, I don't want to extend the cow metaphor or the big metaphor too far, but what about journals or the decision to write, submit articles to journals or write a book chapter? Well, I think in capital terms, then the journal article is really the sirloin steak, and I think the book chapter is probably, in most disciplines, but not all, I don't want to generalize too much here, is probably a lower value output, and most ref reviewers would see it as such. And there are a lot of people around who are writing edited books, producing edited books. There are a lot of people who are making requests for book chapters, and it's easier to write a book chapter than it is to write a journal paper, and it's difficult to write a book chapter at the level of rigor that ref reviewers demand, simply because the audience is different. So my advice there is that if you've got a research project on the go and you've written a few short articles, a few blog posts and so on, and then you've written a journal paper, writing a book chapter is probably quite a quick thing to do. So you should produce book chapters in addition really to journal papers rather than instead of. Now, that's not to say that advice doesn't apply uniformly. You may find that a research project reaches a dead end and it produces a useful book chapter but doesn't produce a useful journal paper. Or you may find that in some disciplines, book chapters are as well regarded as journal papers. So finally, I realise I've gone over time a bit, but got stuck with the slides, for which I apologise. I just want to really distill three messages from this. Firstly, don't stand still. Too many people give up on research projects because they've got other interesting ideas. You must persevere and get the journal article out. You might have to give up after a few rejections and a period of reflection, but you should probably be publishing a journal paper in relation to, say, 3 and 4 projects that you develop. Chat with a mentor if you really are struggling to get papers accepted. Have a pretty good idea of what your roadmap to publication is at the beginning of a research project, and then adapt it as you go along. But your adaptation should be reasoned rather than haphazard. And finally, for the sake of simplification, I've talked as if people work on discrete research projects. Some people do. However, lots of people actually work on research projects which are really overlapping. There are a range of related subjects, and your papers might well be overlapping too. So don't take my approach too literally. Adapt it to your own situation, adapt it to your own particular research environment. Okay, sorry if we've gone over time, sorry if I've had trouble with the slides earlier. I mean on a coaching session from Emmanuel, I think, but there are quite a few questions, I believe. So I'll now stop share.
Thank you very much, Philip. I like the food metaphors that you're using. They're very much up my street.
Yes, what about that?
I've got a question from Claire here. So Claire says, how amenable are the APPGs and select committees to research from literature or humanities which are less applied on the face of it?
It's a good question. So I use those examples really because they are relate to my own sort of areas of research. But no, there are other ways in which people in different disciplines will want to. I use the phrase "get impact from research." Maybe that's not a sufficiently general term, but have, if you like, more public exposure for their research outside the academic community. So in arts and humanities, that might happen through for example, presentations or events or conferences or whatever through the British Academy or other related bodies. In professional areas like law, it might happen, you might get more impact through professional bodies such as Judith Bourne and her work on women lawyers. That doesn't mean to say that in arts and the humanities there are no opportunities at all. In terms of APGs and select committees. So I think people working in the humanities probably submitted to the Communications Select Committee inquiry, the House of Lords inquiry, which I submitted to on public service broadcasting. There are 750 APPGs. There will probably be interest groups in the history of South America or politics in South America or something like that. So no, it's to some extent horses for courses, changing the animal metaphor a little bit. And I have talked about a particular approach to, or particular sets of research projects which relate to my own domain to some extent.
Thanks, Philip. I just had a question, which we've spoken about this before, but it surprised me when you said that chapters in books are not as good as journal articles, which I wonder if that is kind of discipline specific as well, because sometimes book chapters can give you an opportunity to write more, have more flexibility and more words than a journal article. And I know certainly in literature it's not considered as being a lesser form of publication.
No, and I did say that may differ between ref panels. So it happens this time that my work is being submitted to theology and given a pretty clear steer there that book chapters will not be as highly regarded as journal papers. John Charmley's got his hand up. Just to say that it's pretty easy to read the ref panel, the statements they make about submissions to ref on the particular panels and sub-panels. But it's also worth a little investment of time, 20 minutes or something like that, to take your research discipline. Let's say it's history, for example. Go on to the 2014 and the 2021 when we have it ref page. Have a look at a couple of places which are getting grade point averages of 3.7 star or something, and actually see what the outputs are which are submitted to ref for those universities. But yes, it will be discipline specific, and of course there are some disciplines where highly scholarly books are produced, including edited books with chapters in.
Thanks, Philip. John, did you have a question?
I think that's what Philip says, absolutely right. It is horses for courses. I mean, when I was Associate Dean for Research in the Faculty of Humanities, it varied enormously. So, for example, philosophy, journals were absolutely key and books were not highly regarded by ref team. For my own discipline, history, it was a balance. If you got your article in the right journal, that counted hugely, but books were the gold standard. So I think for research students, particularly those wanting an academic career, you really need to work out, and as Philip said, looking at past ref results is actually a very good way of finding out if you don't know what your discipline values. Your supervisor will normally tell you. In terms of career progression, the biggest change that's happened in my lifetime, and I must have interviewed I don't know how many candidates for junior lectureships, is that you do need publications. And that's where, even in my own discipline, history and in English, getting articles out there, and Philip is absolutely right here, articles are generally counted much higher than chapters in collections. Doesn't always apply, but it often does. So what you should be looking for as a research student is to try and get the book of the thesis is something obviously you want to be aiming for. But what you really need to be doing is mining your thesis for an article or two before that, because frankly, unless you've got at least the prospect of something being published. It's enormously difficult in most universities, not universally, but in most universities, it's enormously difficult to get yourself onto the short list, because what you will be facing as a research student are people who do have stuff out there. And not every university, but a lot, certainly any of the Russell Group universities or any of the top 30 in the ref, they really will value that. I mean, St. Mary's takes a more humane and more reasonable version of these things because we're a more humane and reasonable university. But I'm afraid not everyone is. So think about, Philip's right, think about how you get your work out there. We'll be hearing later from Angela and others about how more modern methods of communication can get you out there as well. But I think getting out there in whatever format, and whether you're doing the sirloin steak or the tofu option, you need to get something out there on the plate in order to get yourself invited to high table. That's all, Kim.
Thank you very much, John. We're running a bit behind time, but Mark Crompton has got a question. So, Philip, is there any need to be cautious when approaching charities or campaign groups that are not in sympathy with the Catholic ethos of the university?
That's an interesting question. So, I mean, so academics have academic freedom within St. Mary's. John may wish to elaborate on this from a higher place, so to speak. But so academics have academic freedom, and of course we realise that there are academics who themselves may have views on various issues which are sorry, so somebody has just rung the doorbell, and my dog thinks that somebody's breaking into the house. Okay, and so no, academics within the university may have views on various issues which are not in sympathy with the Catholic ethos of the university, and we don't restrict such people talking to, working with, whatever campaign groups, think tanks that they wish. And I'm not sure what perspective you're approaching this from, Mark, but if you are indeed a Catholic or somebody who has the ethos of the university very much to heart, and you're worried that it could be, that your research could be misused by a group in a way which not only is contrary to the ethos of the university, but maybe contrary to your own conscience, I would say that it is important to engage with others, because it's dialogue which produces better understanding. You may wish to engage cautiously. If you're working in bioethics, say, and if you are entirely in sympathy with the Catholic ethos of the university, and then you are asked to speak at a conference or discuss a paper or some other output of a pro-euthanasia group or something like that, I would open a dialogue without question and engage with them, but just make sure that you're not in any way misquoted or used for some nefarious purpose, shall we say. John, I think you should, as the PVC, I think you should probably just say whether you agree or disagree with that.
I do agree. I mean, I think that, as Philip knows, I'm probably along with Philip, one of the few proponents of free speech in a very wide sense of free speech. Academia has to be a space where people can ask the questions that they think matter for them. So we should not be censoring people's thoughts. That's a really bad thing. That said, I think what Philip has said is spot on. Use your common sense. If there is something, if there's a topic that, if there's a body that you think has money but runs counter to your beliefs, as whatever you are, whether a Catholic, a Buddhist, a Muslim, whatever, avoid it if that's what your conscience tells you. But I do think Philip is spot on. We are academics, we're scholars. The thing to do is engage. You can then decide at what level you decide to disengage. But I don't think that we are bound as a Catholic university to, in any sense, not engage with those who are outside our own area. I think I've got having mentioned chapters for books, any of you are interested in my thought on this further, there's a series of essays called Reclaiming the Piazza, Volume 3, which will come out, I think, in August or September, in which I have an essay on this theme around how Catholics should deal with history, where essentially I say we should not be on the side of those wanting to censor it and to rewrite it. There are more imaginative things we can do than that. And I take that same thing over to this. Philip's right, use your common sense, but engage. That's what we do as scholars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And thank you very much, Philip, as well. I think that's a fascinating first discussion to open the festival. So very much appreciate that. And we will have time later on for questions as well. I've put in a buffer, a half-an-hour buffer this afternoon in case we're running over, so there's no rush with anything. So I'm going to hand over now to Pat Liebtrell, who's going to be talking to us about scholarly publishing and open access, which I think is something that is going to be becoming even more prevalent. Thank you very much, Pat.
Thanks, Kim. I'm just going to share my screen.
Is it working for you?
Not yet. It's not picking up the PowerPoint. I think I'm having the same issue as Philip had.
Try to share your full screen and don't choose a specific window.
Just share. Desktop one or Google Chrome?
Desktop one, yeah.
Yeah, just share that.
Excellent, fantastic.
I can't see my slides now, but doing that.
Yeah, in your taskbar is the PowerPoint slides open. So if you go to the bottom right, you see the tiny PowerPoint preview window. Indeed, click on this one. If it's your presentation, fantastic, and we can see it.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, so you can see it and you can hear it. Hear me?
Indeed, fantastic.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Kim, for the opportunity to chat about scholarly publishing and open access. I know that St. Mary's has a really bold vision for increasing funding for research in the next few years. And I think increasingly that will involve funders and money from applying for grants from funders. And I thought it would be useful just to kind of touch on some of the requirements that funders are now approaching, requirements that funders have about approaching open access. So I'll just kind of give you a short overview of sort of general trends at the moment with publishers. And if you have any detailed questions, you can either email me separately or there might be some time for some questions at the end. Manuel, can you see my second slide? Setting the default?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, great. We're on track. So basically, we all understand that open access to scholarly research publications means articles and conference papers in scholarly journals are made openly available in the public domain on the internet for viewing and downloading from the internet. This should not require payments and it should not require logins. Open access, though, is increasingly extended beyond journal articles and conference papers to open data, open books, and open chapters. And certainly for the current REF, the open access policy only applies to published articles and conference papers with an ISSN. But for the next REF, we will definitely be looking, I think, at open access requirements for data, books, and chapters. So the question is then, well, when do I start thinking about open access? Well, in terms of funding and grant applications, you really do need to start thinking right at the beginning of your process. And that is because you may be able to include funding application in your grant application, and the bigger funders certainly require you to consider open access right at the beginning. But you do need to think about the whole open access throughout the whole process. So let me just touch briefly on what the other steps are in terms of submission, acceptance, and actually publishing, getting your journal article published. So at the submission process, you might have to think about several open access policies, unfortunately, and that includes the REF open access policy, your funder open access policy, the publisher of the journal where you'll be publishing or hope to publish, and St. Mary's University has its own open access policy as well to consider. In terms of the REF open access policy, there are submission guidelines published by REF, and the university obviously is there supporting academic researchers to comply with the policy as far as possible. The next thing you need to do at this point is to check your funder policy. Funders are increasingly becoming more aware of open access. They believe in the value of open access. They believe in getting the research that they funded out into the public domain and made immediately or as soon as possible, completely openly accessible. So increasingly they have very broad open access policies. Often their requirements are more stringent. Their open access requirements are more stringent than the REF requirements. So that is something to watch out for. If you are funded, excuse me, you will have to acknowledge your funding in your paper, and you will have to include your fund grant numbers, if any, or several in your paper. Funders also require you to include a data access statement. This is a statement which will give an indication whether there may not be any data associated with your research, or if there is data, there'll be a link. You'll have to provide a link either in supplementary material or to a unique identifier where researchers and interested people can click on it and go and actually access your data. So that is something that funders are very strict about, and we will need to increasingly be aware of that. Another area is your publisher's policy. So Philip has gone into outlining some of the issues around selecting your publisher. Once you have selected a possible publisher, it does mean that you need to check their open access policy. Publishers often impose a delay, or what we call a publisher embargo, before institutional repositories can make their papers openly accessible. So you're aware that there are two routes to open access. The minimum is to self-archive in a repository, which we do at St. Mary's, and the other is to pay to publish. The self-archiving route invariably involves a publisher embargo. And it makes sense because the majority of publishers have a publishing model where they require you to pay to make it open access. There's a very useful tool online called Sherpa Romeo, and that is to help you check also your publisher policies, whether they support open access with or without an embargo, and what they allow you to do with your paper in terms of depositing to repositories and making accessible. So Mary's policy, self-archiving in the repository is the preferred route at St Mary's, partly because it is sustainable and no money basically is required to self-archive. The university is, however, committed to complying with REF and funder requirements, so we do need to be aware of that. The responsibility for complying with funder open access policies really rests on lead authors. So the lead author, particularly if that person is based in St Mary's, it's really their responsibility to ensure compliance. The scope of the St Mary's policy applies to all research outputs, regardless of, it's not just for journal articles and conference papers, but certainly more wide, you know, other types of publications as well. Books, working papers, policy papers, green papers, white papers, they can all be made available in the repository, either open access or embargoed if it's private or not able to be made open access. The university has a responsibility for ensuring appropriate systems are in place for open access management. At the point of submission, you might want to check a website called Think, Check, Submit, and it helps you perhaps to choose the right journal or publisher for your research, and it gives you more details about different funder and publisher policies. So if we go on to the next step of acceptance, you've now approached a publisher and you've gone through the process. You've done all your alterations and changes and edits. It's been through possibly peer review, and you've had a letter of acceptance or an email of acceptance from the publisher. At that point, at the point of acceptance for publication, you do need to still self-archive. Regardless of any other policies, you need to pop it into the archive. You may need to pay an APC, an article processing charge, and you may need to select a license, and we'll go into that a little more detail. So self-archiving is submitting within 3 months of acceptance, but preferably as soon as possible after acceptance, a copy of your paper, which is normally a Word file, and it is required to be the author's accepted manuscript, not the preprint. The author's accepted manuscript is that file which has been submitted to the publisher, gone through the peer review process, has had all the alterations, the edits done, and it's the final one that's going to be almost identical to the one that's published. It must not, in most cases, it can't be the published version. That's not allowed. It does have to be the kind of bland Word document before any publisher copy editing or typesetting or branding or logos are added. So in most cases that the publisher's versions are not able to be deposited in the repository. So as soon as you accept it, as soon as you get that email of acceptance, please archive your file and create a metadata record around it so that researchers and other people can actually find it, even if the paper is locked down with an embargo. So you may be required to, so a lot of funders, because they're very supportive of open access, they prefer the immediate open access route. To do that, you need to pay. You pay an article processing charge to a publisher. That charge could be anything between £500, it could be £5,000. But if your funder requires immediate open access, it does mean that you will need to pay an article processing charge in order to comply with your funder's requirements. So the question then is, well, who pays and where does that funding come from? Well, there's kind of 4 broad areas that you can look at, and that could include open APC costs in your grant proposal. So that's why you need to think right at the beginning in your application where you may need to include costs in your application. Some funders don't allow it. There's no option to include it, but a lot of funders do permit article processing charges in a grant proposal at the point of submission. Depends on your funder. You may, so for many of the bigger universities, they have a block grant from a particular funder. So if, for instance, a lot of papers are being published paid for by a Wellcome Trust, the Wellcome Trust will grant a block grant to the university to cover APC charges to make their articles that they funded open access immediately. If the university doesn't have a block grant, some universities have a pot of money, so to speak, to support article processing charges within the university. There's a 4th option, and that several publishers now can offer or provide deals with universities which often go hand in hand with subscriptions to either provide waivers to APCs or lesser costs for APCs. So that is something to kind of think about, and to perhaps contact us in the library to see if we have any of those deals available. So a lot of publishers like Springer, Taylor and Francis, Sage, a lot of them will have offset deals, and it might be something that we need to think about going forward. Thirdly, your funder will require you to not only pay an article processing fee to make it openly available immediately, but it requests you to select a license. The license is normally a Creative Commons license, and that will give the conditions about remixing, sharing, and reusing legally. Most funders require a CC BY license, and that is the most unrestrictive license. It allows there's far less restrictions on a CC BY license than most of the other licenses. So we now go down to the point of publication. The final thing that you need to do, if you've paid your APC, that's all gone through, your paper's been accepted for publication. Once it's published, you do need to do the final check of going onto your publisher's website and making sure that it is openly available and it's been made open access, and the publisher has applied the correct license. And that is, so the other option, the other thing is that you do need to remember that some funders require you to submit your paper to PubMed Central, and you would need to check with your publisher if they will do that on your behalf, or whether you need to do that as well. So just finally, funders do require researchers to distinguish themselves by having ORCIDs, and for PGRs it's really important to get your ORCID at the point you're setting out on your research, It stays with you throughout your research career, and it's a very easy way to pull all your research outputs together and to disambiguate your research from other authors who might have the same or similar names as yourself. Very easy to do. Go to the ORCID website and you can register, can use your ORCID, and then you share your ORCID and it's applied to all of your outputs, for instance, in the repository. If you are depositing to any of the other shared repositories like Figshare, you'll need ORCID to deposit your data there as well. That's just a very brief run through. If anybody needs any help at any stage after today, please contact us at Open Access. We're more than happy to help you where we can.
Thank you very much, Pat. I think that was very informative, and we've got a couple of questions for you. So Carol Murphy says, I've just had a paper accepted. The email says I need to wait until the article has been published in the journal before I can deposit it in the institutional repository. Is this usual?
Well, you know, the publishers take a kind of heavy hand sometimes. It is up to the researcher to go onto Sherpa Romeo and to check. Most publishers will allow you to deposit the author's accepted manuscript, and the other option is sometimes we will email a publisher to clarify what their open access policy is and whether they are allowed to deposit. I think in terms of REF compliance, it's important that a record is made in REF to ensure that it complies with REF. So that means the metadata about your paper, and you need to upload your AAM, author's accepted manuscript. We put an embargo on that. So we take care of all that. The researcher doesn't need to worry about that.
That's good to know. Does that answer? Well, actually, Carol can't reply to me, but hopefully that answers your question, Carol. If not, you know where Pat is. Okay, so Trevor Stammers says a lot of difference between £500 and £5,000. How can you decide how much to claim for in your grant application when you don't know if or where you will eventually publish?
I think it needs a little bit of research. I mean, you probably have some idea at the beginning when you're setting out with your research which journals you might be approaching. Check online to see what their charges are. That might have an impact. Alternatively, you might want to put in a sort of a ballpark figure of, say, 3,000 or 4,000 on the assumption that if it's more, then the university may be in a position to make up the difference.
Okay, thank you. Trevor says, thank you. Really helpful session. Thanks, Pat. So thank you for that. Thank you to everyone for logging in here. Okay, thank you very much, Pat. Really appreciate that. We're going to move on now to Andrew Conda. Andrew, are you there? Yes, there you are.
Yes, hello, I'm here.
I'm going to hand over to you then to talk about enterprise.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Kim, for inviting me to this festival, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm just going to get my screen sharing set up. There. So those are my details, Andrew Conda. My title is International and Enterprise Lead, especially for the EHSS here. I'm basically here to help you with your enterprise ideas. So first of all, let's start with a look at what enterprise actually is. We've heard about publishing so far. Now let's look at some alternative outcomes. The Cambridge English Dictionary describes enterprise as an organization, especially a business or a difficult and important plan, especially one that will earn money. You can see some of the examples of usage listed. Although there are other definitions and examples of usage, we can gather the main gist from this. Business, important plan, earn money. St Mary's University strategy includes the importance of sourcing revenue from enterprise activities. The strategy exists at institution, faculty, and department levels. Some fairly straightforward examples of enterprise activity are things like venue hire, summer schools, and short courses. So how does this fit in with research, which is the topic of today? Well, to put it quite simply, your areas of research interest and involvement can lead to enterprise activities. You may be an expert in a particular field that someone else wants to know about. Sharing that knowledge and encouraging more people to become involved could lead to certification and professional development, both for you and for anybody that attends any courses that you're running. As a result of this activity, St Mary's, your department, and even you yourselves can benefit financially. And this in turn will facilitate additional research opportunities. Let's have a look at some examples of EHSS faculty-based enterprise activities. A colleague in the law department arranged a conference focusing on algorithmic antitrust. The full day's conference saw academics, professionals, and students engaging in knowledge sharing activities, and a topic that is becoming a vital area of research, both commercially and academically. A major commercial law firm was approached and sponsored the event, and publications were released as a result of it as well. Second example here, we were approached to run a course in higher education leadership for Nigerian institution leaders and administrators. We examined their requirements and compiled a course to be led both by St Mary's and independent experts. St Mary's was chosen as the partner so that the participants could access funding from their national agencies, as well as for our expertise in teaching and education. Third example there, DFE subject knowledge enhancement. For the last 6 years, we've been running this DFE sponsored program. It prepares initial teacher training ITT applicants for the course they're about to embark on by making sure they have sufficient appropriate subject knowledge. Currently, it brings in several £100,000 to the university each year. Fourth example there, split into two parts. For teachers that don't have qualified teacher status, we offer the assessment only route, meaning they can be recommended to join the National Teachers Register. We're able to offer this because of our expertise in ITT, initial teacher training, and because of the quality and trustworthiness of our approach to it as well. The second section here at the bottom point, this model, we've been able to spread it internationally. We're currently working with an organization in the Gulf. So for the 6 states in the Gulf, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Oman, for teachers that are working over there at the moment, and when they're looking to return to the UK, we can make sure that they are on the list of, on the register of qualified teachers by going through the same process, but just they're doing it overseas. And of course, all the quality assurance processes have to be in place for that. Okay, so how is it that you can get involved in enterprise? Well, like with pretty much everything, first you need to have an idea. Then come and talk to me about it. We'll put a proposal together, which will comprise of a course outline, the requirements, the potential audience, some other background information, as well as a rough costing. And we then submit that proposal to the relevant office. After a while, we'll receive feedback, recommendations, and hopefully before too long, approval as well. Once we have that approval, we can get on with planning the delivery of it, spreading the word, getting people know and getting people to sign up for it. Why should you get involved with enterprise activity? Well, some of the outcomes are listed here. It can be counted as part of your workload, although this should be discussed with your line manager. As a result of leading enterprise activity, the reputations of both yourself and St. Mary's will benefit. Some activities may financially benefit yourselves and your department, as well as the university as a whole. If you have any ideas you'd like to discuss further, no matter if you have a concrete plan for them or not, please feel free to talk to me at any stage. I'm here to help you, and importantly, the university is keen to encourage more enterprise activity. Philip and John responded to a question about sympathies towards Catholic ethos earlier on, and I just wanted to note that we do have experience of being approached by organizations that are not Catholic. It's not been a hindrance so far, and there are some excellent opportunities that have arisen out of this collaborative approach as well. So I just wanted to reassure you about that.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Yep. If anyone's got any questions, I was just wondering in terms of, you know, how this situation is affecting enterprise at the moment. Have you, I mean, obviously the summer schools are going to be slightly tricky. The short courses, are they being delivered online? Is there still opportunities for people to think up sort of enterprising opportunities through their research?
Absolutely, yes. Obviously delivery is a little more problematic right now, and there are some activities that we have had to put on hold. For example, some of the activity we were hoping to start in the Gulf in April has been postponed till September. But that doesn't mean that people shouldn't be thinking about it, certainly. Enterprise activities don't happen overnight, generally. There's a process involved, and I mentioned about having an idea and coming to speak to me, and we can run through what's required. So I would very much encourage people still to do that. And by the time we've got it into shape, hopefully things should be up and running again in a format that means that we can go ahead and we can actually get people on site if that's required. Or alternatively, we are going to be more familiar with more effective ways of delivering such activity if it ends up in some kind of certificate or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's kind of prompted us all to be a little bit more creative about how we do things. Claire has a question. She says, is there an agreed sharing of income on projects that we win? Is this covered in the research consultancy policy or somewhere else?
As far as I'm aware, it's pretty much a case-by-case basis. In some cases, the income is will cover costs, and in other cases, it will do more than that. So there can't really be one policy in place for everything, but it's certainly something that we can look at and we can address on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Andrew, and we will be sending the slides out to everyone, so if you have any more questions, you can contact Andrew. We're going to now hand over to Dr. Michelle Poole, who's going to be talking to us about personal research plans. Michelle, are you there?
I'm here.
There you are. Okay, I'm going to hand over to you now.
No, thank you. Okay. Can everyone see and hear that? Emmanuel, is this now on screen, my PowerPoint?
No, not yet.
No, okay, I'll try again. Okay.
Excellent, perfect.
All right, we're getting there now. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Kim, for inviting me along today to this research festival. So I'm just going to have a quick chat really about the PRP and the links with REF, and just to discuss what you can do with your PRP and how you can think about your PRP and how maybe to link it to some research outcomes. Have I moved slide?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to think again today about what's involved in the PRP, how it might be able to help you plan your research, and to look ahead for some of the topics that can be linked to the next REF. So remember, there's two aspects to the PRP, and that's one is looking back and the other is looking forward. So you review your work over the last year in the progress and achievements section. And that's really an opportunity, I think, to remind yourself all you've done. I think that, you know, we work away here and very often we forget all the things that we've achieved during the last year. And the PRP is an opportunity to sit back and kind of say, well done you. You have got through this material. You have sent these things out for publication. You did organise that conference. You did go to that seminar. You did draw together that research cluster. So it's a way of kind of reminding yourself all of the research activity that you're undertaking, and to put that down, to have a log of that, to remind yourself this is what you can achieve. And the other part of the PRP is obviously to look ahead and to plan. And that's what I'm going to be talking about mostly today. So your research and scholarship and your agenda and plans for income generation, that's the section of the PRP that to look at next. So it looks at those 5 areas, and you have to think about the research outputs, obviously, that you would create for the REF. And that includes books, articles, as we've been talking about already, edited chapters, podcasts, productions, theatre and media, digital outputs, online research that you're generating, all the different kinds of research that you could potentially make a REF outcome from. Think about that. Think about all the things that you could be involved in. You may not feel like writing a book, but setting up a podcast series is exactly the equivalent. Think about the research income generation, the kinds of grants you could apply for, which sort of funded projects you could explore, which sort of funding bids you could put yourself forward together with other people with. Can you create a collaborative bid? Can you unify with another subject and other people working in the discipline to create a research bid shared together? That will help to give you more funds to continue the research that you want to do. You also need to think about your professional esteem. So how do you record that? Again, have you been invited to give a keynote speech? Have you been asked to contribute to a seminar series? Have you been asked to be a member of a professional body? Are you an active member of that institutional organisation? What kinds of things have you been doing that indicate your value as a researcher and how well thought of you are in the field? Engagement and impact, again, think about the kinds of work that you can record on your web pages, on your profiles on Google Scholar. Pat has already talked about setting up your ORCID ID. Remember to think about ResearchGate and Academia Edu. Think about the kinds of things that you do, reviewing for journals. All of those kinds of external examining work, moderating work, external moderating work, all of those kinds of things show you engaging and having an impact beyond St Mary's. And your research leadership. So what kinds of things have you done for St Mary's? Have you been part of a research centre? Do you organise research seminars amongst your own research cluster group? Do you have a supervisory role? Are you mentoring someone? What sort of REF tasks perhaps have you undertaken? Are you a REF lead? Have you been writing an impact case study? Are you working on an environment statement? All of those kinds of things you can mention as part of the PRP. So try to think of the PRP as something that can kind of support the way you think about research and not as a test. I know it's part of the appraisal process, and there's obviously an element of it that feels like you're being judged. But I think you can use the PRP in a very positive way to help you plan and organise an approach to creating research. And I think that means that you can set to yourself research targets and plan slots of time to make research happen. I think that sometimes we have an idea of things we'd like to do, but where is the space to do that? And I think if you've got the PRP 3-year plan in your mind, it can help to strategise. So it will give you an opportunity, I think, to put the research into manageable tasks and not to think of it as the research monster. So try and use that 3-year idea as a means of giving a roadmap. So rather than thinking, I'd love to write this book, I'd really like to write that chapter, try and think about that writing a book process in a very structured and specific way. So by September of this year, I will have visited the publisher's website and I will have downloaded the proposal form. And that means that you feel like you're making steps towards the bigger picture in a very planned, organised and sedentary kind of way. You're making steps forward all the time. So, for example, you might want to think about the tasks involved in writing a book. So, if you have this plan, I want to write a book. We've all got a book, I think, that we'd love to write. How are we going to do that in the midst of all else that we're doing? Well, maybe again, try and break it down into these very specific tasks. Who is the publisher you want to work with? Who's the publisher that would best capture a connection with your research? And what sort of reputation do they have nationally and internationally? Philip was talking earlier about selecting your journal on the basis of what its ranking is. Think a little bit about that as your publisher as well. Who would fit well with your work, and which is a publisher that you think you might be able to go into? Think about the point at which in the year you will visit that publisher's website and you will go and download the form and you will look through it and see all the tasks involved in selecting a book to be published with them. Think about when you might do any interviews or research related to creating the book or creating the proposal. When can that happen? When can you plan that in the year? And think about when you will do the reading for that research. When will it happen? How often? How regularly will you be able to do a work on the literature review or have a look at a chapter or read an article? And then try and plan when you'll write the chapters. So for example, you might do something like this over a 3-year period. So I know that book contracts are sometimes a year or 18 months, but I'm thinking about you kind of preparing yourself before you actually send off the proposal even. So you might look at something like this. In the first semester, you would write a proposal and begin your literature review, and you decide to read a chapter every week that will help you put together the ideas for the book. In semester 2, you start writing one chapter and you start conducting any interviews that might be related to that. Semester 2, again, you write another chapter and you revise another one. And again, the same kind of process you can see. So I'm suggesting a plan here that it's a way of breaking down the book into a manageable task, perhaps not feeling like I have to write the whole book in a summer, but that you can pace yourself using that kind of 3-year plan and try and find a way that the research can be fitted into particular slots. Now that suggests that a book could potentially be written in 3 years. I know that life will get in the way, but it's a possibility. It gives you the opportunity to have started making the work. It's going to happen, it's happening. And then the book is created gradually. Similarly, I want to write an article. Well, okay, which journals do you want to use? Which journals, as Philip was talking about earlier, which are the ones that will be good for you? Who do you think you might know on any of those journals that you could talk to about the prospect of being published in there? List out 3 that you think look really likely. Look up their national and international reputations. Where will you fit? How will you link into the work that's in there? Have a read through, as Philip said earlier, the articles that are already in there. Find out when their next submission dates are and at what points in the year they accept submissions. Then you can plan to aim for their submission points. Plan when you'll write a draft of the article. You might not have time, of course, to write it all at once. So try and feel like I might write 500 words a month. That will help you to get through the process. And remember to structure in your plan enough time to submit the article, get those revisions that Philip was mentioning earlier, where they might say, revise this entirely, give yourself time so that you've still got time to submit it by the next publication deadline you'd aimed for. So you might try something like this as a plan, for example. So you think about selecting the journal, you're checking the submission dates, you're looking at the literature that you'll need to review in the next semester, you're thinking about writing about half of it, you're writing another half of it, and then you revise and submit it. Now in a year, you've put together an article. And so it means that you've had a structure, an approach to be able to do this. So how about this for a 3-year plan? Okay, look at the 3-year plan. These are the kinds of things you might think of doing in that time scale. You might write a conference paper. You might identify a funding bid. You might want to develop your article from the conference paper in that first semester. But there are things that can be going on in your mind during that first semester that means you're constantly contributing to research. You're constantly contributing to the idea of research being part of what you do, part of what you enjoy about the job. And it gives you the opportunity to feel that that part of your inquiring mind that John was talking about earlier is also getting support. It's also having a chance to emerge. And that's what keeps us going, isn't it, sometimes, to have that research side alongside all the other things we do. So think about perhaps, again, planning to review some journal articles. What kinds of work is out there at the moment? When's the last time I looked? Let's have a look through things, see what's out there. Plan your book application, write your proposal. You might not be able to send it in, you might not have time, you might want to work on the book first because the deadline might be 18 months, but you've got something ready. You know the kind of book you want to write. Think about working with your PhD student. Think about co-creating a paper. It's good for your student to have that initial publication. You both encourage one another, you'll both get the work done. Think about writing a chapter. Think about writing a draft of a chapter. It can be done then to keep you going if you're doing it in stages. Again, in year 2, you might think about these other kinds of activities I've mentioned. Funding, collaborative partners. How do I find out about how to get funded in this project I'd like to share with another university colleague or another colleague outside the university? What kind of advisory work could I do to a public group or a charity or a think tank, as Philip was saying earlier? Can I use this semester to write that draft of the article? In the next semester, what about my external examiner work and my work for the professional body? And again, in year 3, think about these things. You can see, similarly, conference paper, journal article, funding bid, just keeping everything ticking over each year. You're doing a little bit of something. And if you could, do something like that plan, at the end of those 3 years, you would have 3 articles, 3 book chapters, and a whole range of professional esteem activities to record. Now, obviously, that's an ideal scenario, but if even you could get half of that, it's progress towards what you want to achieve. And rather than having that idea of the book that never gets written or the articles that we don't get round to, perhaps this would help us to structure the way to work. So one of the other things I think we need to think about is the key areas of research for Ref 2728, whichever it is. And I think already Research England have identified 3 key themes. Obviously interdisciplinarity, we're all going to be talking about later on, collaborative work and applied research. And I think those will be the 3 key areas for the next Ref as far as we can see at the moment. So if you're thinking about your research with those topics in mind, you stand a really good chance of creating research which will be very well received by the next Ref reviewer panels. And it means that you have a good research outcome, it means St Mary's had a good research outcome, that means more funds for research and we all benefit. So for interdisciplinarity, you're going to talk about that anyway, but consider how your work might be linked to other researchers working in the field, nationally, internationally. Who do you know that works in these areas? Can you collaborate together on a paper? Can you collaborate to create a conference? Can you write a book out of that conference? Is there a way that you could work as a collaborative team on a research project? In EHSS, for example, we kind of have a healthcare strand already, which means that we're linking work from Christy Watson's work in English to communications with the ethics of care. We could link up with some work I know Philip Booth has done already on the funding of healthcare, and it links to our drama student who's doing her PhD now on the public representation of the menopause. All of that work is happening already. Let's try and capture that in a very recordable way. Perhaps there are other topics. There are a number of other interdisciplinary topics, aren't there, going on at the moment? I know everyone is working on. Mental health is a huge topic that might unify across faculty as well as the different departments. Collaborative work, again, think about how you can connect with people out in your field, create work together, seminars, articles. How can you bring all of the work, all of the people working in similar areas to you together to create something more unified? Now, perhaps that seems a bit strange to us in the arts because we're used to perhaps working in a more independent way. We're not as collaborative, arguably, as the sciences. But certainly many of the arts, particularly theatre, is hugely collaborative. We work with all different kinds of people to create the work. And it can be very encouraging and helpful because it means that you don't feel so alone, you don't feel so isolated. Work gets done, you can encourage one another. And it means that there's a team effort, and there's something really celebratory about that as well, isn't there? And I think that's a huge theme for REC. So again, are there external bodies that you could collaborate with? Remember, think about taking your work outside of St Mary's, of course. Can you join up with other non-academic groups, other charities, think tanks, societies, support groups, particular demographics? How can you link up with all of those? Think about your collective collaborative funding bids. Look on Research Professional. Have a look at Academia Edu. See where the funding can come from. Which groups of people could be drawn together to put in a collaborative bid? And think about how you might connect internationally for St Mary's as well. And remember that you please do get in contact with Claire Tapia and myself to let us know if you're thinking about a collaborative bid, because there's help that's available to help you get those bids up and running. Nick Duggan as well can advise on funding bid applications, so please let us know what you're thinking of. And finally, applied research. Well, very similar. What is the kind of application of your work outside the academy? How can you influence public policy? How can you influence the activities of charity groups and organisations? What kind of work are you doing with local government, perhaps, that might have an influence? What kind of work with museums and archives are you doing? Heritage institutions? There's a whole range of ways that the work we do is already applying in arts and humanities to lots of ranges of outside groups. So think about how we might capture that and how we might identify that in REF and written terms and REF impact terms. Think about the particular demographics that you might want to apply your research to. Kim was talking earlier about the AME students in particular, as was John. There's a huge amount of research now that we can do to try and encourage the discussion of that across discipline, and we can see how that's having a practical impact on students and staff. So also when you're doing your research, have a think about some of the REF units for research as well. And for this REF, we're looking at obviously English, which is including submissions from communications and history, and social policy, which is including education. So consider when you're developing your research, how your research might fit into one of those kinds of larger categories. Are there larger groups of units of assessment that you feel your work could contribute to? Because then you have a kind of target for the work that you're creating. How can I use this work that I'm doing to fit into a wider unit of assessment? And that means that your work will be part of a much wider group of inclusion of outputs. and think about the different kinds of diverse research you could create that would link into that, and see how you can meet that as a kind of target. Okay? So those are the kinds of areas I think you need to be thinking about when you're completing your PRP, and when you're thinking about the way you construct your research and the way you design your research and plan it. And research is worth doing. As John was saying earlier, we've got curious minds. That's part of what we do. Research is central to what we do as academics, isn't it? It's special. It's the special part of our job. It reminds us why we do this job, why we love it. And it's valuable and important in its own right, of course, because we hope we're advancing knowledge, we hope we're contributing to society in some way, and it helps to develop St Mary's reputation as an institution and our own professional esteem. So research is worth committing to, it's worth giving time to, it's worth planning for, because the research that we create helps us all in the end, and that's what we all want, a thriving St Mary's research community. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Michelle. That was, I think, a really comprehensive kind of look at how we can all develop our research. And I've certainly taken away quite a lot from there in terms of planning out. I'm just wondering, in terms of, I think how you touched on applied research is really important, because at the moment, we kind of think of applied as being something that the other faculty does. Yes. And so I think it's really important that you stressed how that applied research is still really kind of relevant to humanities subjects, to social policy. And I don't know if you could just talk a little bit more about that in terms of how we can think about applying our research.
I mean, I think there's a lot of applied research going on already. I mean, obviously Christine Edward-Leese's and Caroline Newley's and John Ryden are the Porticus project, which is looking at the application of education training in Africa and the UK. We've got all of Annalise's work, which is looking at the mental health issues and related to teachers. We've got Julie Thorne's work, which is looking at all of the encouragement of women lawyers. We've got Richard Mills's work, which is looking at the application of musicology and popular culture. There's a huge range of research which is already going on, and I think sometimes we just don't realise how our work is applied, and we just need to reframe the way we think about it, I think.
Absolutely. Completely agree. I think you did that incredibly well to help us to, think in a different way about how we approach our research. Laura Tracy would like to ask, who would I address my first St Mary's PRP to? Is that Kim, Michelle, or a PD? Is there a certain time of year it can be reviewed, agreed, or is it ad hoc? So Laura works in business management and is thinking of doing a PhD.
Your PhD, so your PRP will be part of your annual appraisal process, and you'll discuss that with your line manager initially, and then your PRP will be sent to me. Is that what you wanted to know initially, or will be sent to whoever is the ADRE for the part of research at the time? Yes.
Yeah. And Laura, if you want a sort of slightly more, if you want to have a chat offline with Michelle, feel free to do that.
Absolutely. Yes, if anyone wants to talk to me about anything that I've raised today, or you just want a general chat about research.
And if anyone's thinking of doing a PhD, obviously both myself and Michelle are there to answer any questions. Claire says, very controversial question from Claire Tapio in the research office, says, do you think that doing research for research's sake has had its day?
Oh, Claire, well, I don't know that it's had its day. No, I think research is it's valuable in its own right, as I've said. I think we have to value, as John is saying earlier, that's part of our curious mind. We have to value following our thoughts and our curiosity and our desire to know and understand and explain. I don't think that ever goes away. But I think we have a kind of St Mary's responsibility as researchers as well to try and support our institution to use some of that research talent to produce research which is going to be helpful for the research culture of the university, and then provide more funds for research overall. And hopefully that means that we then get more funding for research, which might allow us to do some of that research for its own sake work alongside our kind of St Mary's responsibilities for research as well.
I think you hit the nail on the head though, Michelle, when you said, you know, it is the part of our job that we really enjoy doing. And I mean, just to say as well that the not to kind of promote my own things, but the webinars, the research webinars are a really good opportunity for people who are developing research ideas to come along in a friendly format where they can just, you know, get questions, have a discussion about what they're researching. So even though we can't do it face to face, you know, that practice of just hearing yourself out loud talk about what you're researching helps us all, I think. So
well, that's absolutely right. And it is a way often, as Philip was saying earlier, and you're saying now, Kim, the idea of starting your research in that way. You know, what's your idea? What have you been thinking about? Come and talk about it to start with. It can then lead to the design of an article, can't it? And a further conference papers, an article, and maybe a book eventually.
Yeah, let's hope. Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. That was really interesting, and I think we've all really benefited from that. We're going to take a break now. So we are, if we come back, just to give everybody 15 minutes to grab a coffee, quick sandwich, and anything else they need to do. If we come back again at 1:05, we have our round table interdisciplinary session, which is led by Dr. Roland Daw. And we have Dr. Opie Oathwaite, Dr. Judith Bourne, Professor Philip Booth, and Dr. Chris Wild, who will be talking about interdisciplinarity, which Michelle has already touched upon. So please join us again at 1:05. Thanks very much. Bye, everyone. We're going to start again now. So welcome back to everyone. I hope you've had time to have a bit of lunch. We're now going to move on to our round table discussion. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Roland Daw, who's going to be chairing this panel, and you're going to be discussing interdisciplinarity. So over to you, Roland.
Brilliant. Thank you, Kim, and thank you everybody for returning. So I'll begin by sharing my screen. Bear with me as I do the perfunctory concentration face. Right, can you see my slide share?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So it was lovely to hear Michelle touch on interdisciplinarity earlier. It's really interesting to see that this is a concern, you know, for the institution already. And I think we're just basically going to develop those ideas in the roundtable. We've got some fantastic speakers. My huge thanks to all of them for joining us. So the objective of this roundtable is, you know, quite broad. We're simply trying to stimulate thought and discussion around the viability and desirability of interdisciplinary collaboration in EHSS. And this is particularly in advance of the next REF cycle because, as Michelle pointed out, there's a clear strategic imperative in REF around interdisciplinarity. But as we'll touch on soon, there are also some clear points of fit for interdisciplinarity and interdisciplinary research in EHSS. The format is going to be, the whole thing is, you know, a roundtable where we've got our 5 speakers. I'm going to do a quick introduction. Each of the speakers will have 5-minute or so presentations, roughly speaking. Each of them will speak to some aspect of interdisciplinarity, some introductory theme or concept to help orient the discussion. And if you have any questions during that time, please do type it in the chat, especially if they're clarificatory questions. You know, if you need to understand something that's being said, just ask, and then we can answer those. And then after all the speakers have spoken, we'll then move into the roundtable format where everybody will have the opportunity to, you know, really get into those more substantive comments, questions, have a big discussion around interdisciplinarity in EHSS. And hopefully there can be some back and forth, both between the audience and the roundtable participants. And we'll see if we can generate some kind of interesting sense of interdisciplinarity in EHSS. So our speakers, probably in this order, if they don't mind, is Chris Wild first, talking about the terminology and boundaries associated with interdisciplinary research, followed by Opie Uthwaite, who might talk a bit more about why to engage in it, and then Philip Booth talking more about the pros and cons of conducting interdisciplinary research, as I understand it. And finally, Judith might speak a little bit to her experience of actually engaging in interdisciplinary research. So we're trying to cover the full gamut of engaging with interdisciplinarity. A very quick note on why this might be something meaningful to us here at St Mary's. I think we're in a particularly interesting position for thinking about interdisciplinarity. First, there are a number of motivating factors. It's quite easy potentially to produce novel contribution to knowledge just by the recombination of elements. All of us have some interesting data or theory, concepts that aren't normally available to us within our disciplinary boundaries, that as soon as we begin collaborating with our peers and colleagues, suddenly we can shine a light very quickly on a new way of understanding and seeing. There's another kind of instrumental motivation here, which is the potential that same, those capacities that exist within the university can themselves contribute to, shorter project times. There's also something that needs to be acknowledged, is that we've got this capacity already exists in St Mary's. We've got scholars who've already got a lot of experience around interdisciplinary work. Judith Bourne will speak to us later about her work, but also work that we can acknowledge is Libby's work, Libby Farrier-Williams's work, which encompasses marketing theory, sociology, education, and has meaningful contributions to make in all of those domains. So this is something that we already know how to do. The expertise is here. And there's a kind of another instrumental advantage to this, which is the flexibility across ref units, potential to contribute to different ref units, or when you're looking at a smaller institution with fewer total outputs. And then there are some enabling factors associated with St Mary's. When we are physically present in the same space, we're actually all very close by one another. It's very easy to knock on doors and collaborate and work together. We're familiar with what one another do and work on because of that smaller environment. And we're all organised around similar interests because of the coherent identity of St Mary's University. Speaking instrumentally again about ref and interdisciplinarity, it's clear that there is a strong focus on incentivizing interdisciplinary research. And depending on what happens in the current ref cycle, it may be that interdisciplinary research is further incentivized in the coming ref cycle. So there's a degree of uncertainty around this, but we may see soon that this becomes even more of a focus for ref. Ref evaluates outputs in a originality, rigor, significance framework. There are 3 criteria against which contributions are judged. And interdisciplinarity enables us to move around that framework. The social sciences one can think of as, purveyors of rigor and significance to some extent, whereas the humanities purveyors of originality. And there's lots to learn between these, these broad disciplines, and the application of theories and concepts from these different areas enables us to reorient our contributions to different aspects of the ref's evaluation criteria. So very quickly, to kind of ground this in context, I wanted to talk about different ways that it's possible to engage in this kind of interdisciplinary translation. And I took a kind of cross section from contributions around narrative fiction to organization studies. So a very, quite a niche domain. And yet what I've seen is that you can produce 4- and 3-star outputs very easily by combining these 2 domains. And you can do so across conceptual, or rather you can do so by translating conceptual elements from one domain, empirical elements or methodological elements. So this paper, this is a 4-star paper in a 4-star journal, which uses Borges. I'm sure our Latin American scholars will know better how to pronounce that than I do, but uses the theories and concepts that are present in the novels and the short stories of Borges to shine a new light on the way that we organize, and produces something that's highly referable in the process. This one is an empirical contribution. It takes narrative fiction as the empirics of an organization studies piece. So it uses the events of The Wire, the television series, to say something interesting about how to organize. And this was published in a 3-star journal. And also this reminds me of the kind of the joyful element. I think back to the Festival of Humanities and the liberal arts launch, and how one of the themes was the humanities, putting joy and into research, humanizing research. And there's something quite joyful about this into social sciences, which are stereotypically quite a sterile pursuit. And then there's scope for logical interdisciplinarity, just in the cross section as well. I found evidence of ways of using our understanding of narrative fiction and the production of narrative fiction to theorize research as itself a narrative fiction, and to tell us interesting things about how to do organization studies research. So that's a very quick orientation from me. And what I'd like to do now is hand over to Chris to give us a bit more on terminology.
That's great. Thank you very much, Roland. If you just allow me to share my screen, could you unshare yours, please, Roland?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Everyone hold their collective breath. Wonderful. Can everyone see my slide?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Roland asked me to introduce this by sort of dealing with some terminology. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I've split the taxonomy between multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, and transdisciplinarity. And you can see the arrow on the left there, which is in essence an arrow of desirability. The idea being that we all try to move as much as we can towards transdisciplinarity. I quite like the next rep's call for interdisciplinarity for 2 reasons, really. One, my personal background, my intellectual background is from development studies, which means by definition that we were, as a discipline, born out of the desire for interdisciplinarity. So a lot of what I do personally is embedded within this narrative, and as a result of coming from a discipline such as development studies, it's embedded within the entire discipline as a narrative. So I'm really quite familiar with it. And the second reason is that they didn't choose to go with multidisciplinarity because I think there's a better aspiration towards this sort of arrow of desirability. So the reason for that being because multidisciplinarity, in essence, is defined, at least within my disciplinary tradition, as quite a simple, perhaps useful, but simple contrasting of different disciplinary perspectives in an additive manner. Yes, but one could argue simply in an additive manner. So 2 or more disciplines providing their viewpoint on a shared problem, but in essence, really talking across each other somewhat, because the desire really is towards more interdisciplinarity, which is a more genuine combination of 2 or more disciplines to a new level of integration, which suggests component boundaries start to break down, and we really get into originality on the, for example, referring to what Roland introduced us to his rigor, significance, and originality. I don't know what you would call that, a diagram, perhaps, or trichotomy, maybe. So the idea of interdisciplinarity is it's no longer a simple addition of parts or different disciplines talking across each other, but the recognition that each discipline can affect the research output of the other. Now, I think that last bit is really quite interesting, and I'll linger on this last bit and then wrap up very quickly. What do we mean by affecting the research output of the other? Well, there's a number of different ways of thinking of that. Roland gave us one interesting example with his rigor, significance, originality diagram. Another one I want to offer to you is the idea of the research method process, and the way that we can basically split this up between method, methodology, ontology, and epistemology. And I think good interdisciplinary work seeks to, not only on a method level, which can be a little superficial, you know, do I do a household survey or do I do in-depth interviews, but to think on a more methodological level. The combination, this often distills in my discipline down to the combination of quantitative and qualitative analysis. And this can be really quite tricky to get right and requires thought to maintain one's rigor and significance, but to try to sort of have a mixed methods original approach that is able to try and combine these different disciplines in interesting and original ways. I just want to finish on a quick note on transdisciplinarity. This is something in my work and my discipline in general aspires to. It's an incredibly high bar, intellectually speaking, because transdisciplinarity occurs quite literally when one transcends existing boundaries completely to provide a new holistic approach. And I'm not just talking theoretically here, I'm talking ontologically and epistemologically. Remembering the great quote from Jerry Stoker and Jeff Marsh about ontology being a skin, not a sweater. We can't escape it. We can't take it on and off. It's there whether we want it to be or not, and really needs to be addressed. And of course, most deeply on the epistemological level, most challengingly on the epistemological level. I'd be very interested to hear perhaps Philip's thoughts on this, sort of working in the public policy area, very much grounded in a positivist epistemology and all of this sort of what that brings to the table when it comes to disciplines. But if we want to be truly transdisciplinary, positivists need to increasingly engage with sort of people more from the area that I work with, post-positivism, and indeed vice versa, of course. Too often these epistemological approaches are talking across each other, and of course the nature of academia means that we're going to be arguing against each other, and rightly so, but we need to sort of try to actually move forward in that debate to transcend existing disciplinary boundaries, and I'll finish with that final challenge, if you like.
That's marvellous. Thank you very much, Chris. Now, it doesn't appear as though we've got any clarificatory questions, so Opie, may we hand straight over to you?
Oh, you may.
Thank you.
Right. Let me share my screen. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so I knew that Chris would deal with all the long words in his part for this session. I'll say something about that, not specifically about Chris, in a minute. And I think that Philip is going to deal with some of the more perhaps better recognised factors around reasons why we might or might not do interdisciplinary research, the pros and cons. And Judith's going to talk to us about actually how you do it. But in line with the theme for today, the broader theme of the research journey, I thought I'd use my few minutes just to have a think or to reflect a little bit on some of the more subjective factors that might be relevant when we're thinking about interdisciplinary research. And I'm just going to use the term interdisciplinary for now, but you know, with the caveat of everything that Chris has just said. I also haven't made a distinction really in this discussion between individual research that is interdisciplinary, that is bringing together research in an interdisciplinary way, or that is conducting research in an interdisciplinary way, and collaborative research, which we've heard more about collaborative research for obvious reasons, but just to say that, you know, individuals might be engaged in interdisciplinary research as well. So what I'm going to just briefly talk about are some of the, as I say, more subjective reasons why we might or might not engage in interdisciplinary research. And I've based this on reflections of myself and some colleagues, and lots of stuff that's out there on all of the good blogs like the LSE Impact blog, the Wonky website, and other, and some proper publications as well. Okay, so I think that we don't engage with interdisciplinary research when we are forced to do so by our institution. That's my starting point. I'm jaded on this point. I've been involved in probably too many for my own liking events like research speed dating and these types of things, where institutions have got the idea that if only they could force us to bump into each other, then we would get going with interdisciplinary research. It's just because we're not having that contact, and if they could force that contact to happen, then we would come up with all this wonderful interdisciplinary research. And my experience of these things has been, as I know it has been for some other people, that it's a nice idea, but it doesn't always have the desired effect because it's slightly artificial. It's of course good to think about ways to stimulate that cross-pollination, but some of those more structured approaches don't always get that result. But when I think we do engage in interdisciplinary research, when I think we get excited about it and we make progress with it, is when I've said here, when we click with colleagues, and we are quite well positioned and quite lucky at St Mary's, as Roland was saying, that we're well sort of kitted out in a sense to be able to do this. So we do good interdisciplinary research, and we want to do interdisciplinary research when we have colleagues around us who we just like working with, or who we get into interesting discussions with, or who we get into interesting arguments and debates with, because we get that stimulation, we get that intellectual curiosity, and we get a way of working. And I think that it's overlooked often. You know, there's masses of literature out there on, as I say, pros and cons of interdisciplinary research, and how to encourage interdisciplinary research and all that kind of thing. But actually, that kind of human element of just finding someone or knowing someone that you enjoy working with, that you enjoy discussing things with, and who has a different way of working or different point of view in terms of their discipline to you, is probably one of the most important factors. And I just think it's important to be aware of that, because when we're thinking about and we're being encouraged to do interdisciplinary research, we can look around and think, oh, actually, you know, I know that there are people just down the corridor who do really interesting work. And, you know, I quite like chatting to them. Maybe we can sit down and have a coffee and see where we can go, you know, with a research idea. A more organic process, I guess. I think that we often don't engage, or we don't get very far in engaging with interdisciplinary research when we get really bogged down in problematizing the research. So that's not to dismiss anything in terms of the definitional issues that we've just talked about, that Chris has taken us through. But if we start a project and get hung up on delineating whether it's interdisciplinary, in which ways it is interdisciplinary, who's doing which different bits of which discipline, or whether we are truly interdisciplinary, or whether we are transdisciplinary, or so on. And particularly there's a danger for this when you're trying to write for research grants, I think, where you're trying to tick a box because more than one discipline is required, or an interdisciplinary approach is required, or a new methodological approach is required, for example, that we get a bit bogged down in problematizing it, and actually it just becomes something that becomes a bit tiresome, and kind of drains enthusiasm from a project quite quickly, in my experience. I think when we do get excited, when we do engage in interdisciplinary research, is when we have a problem, a research question, or an issue in front of us that demands an interdisciplinary approach. And you know, that's arguably that's always the case. Very rarely are we looking at a problem that has just a law or just a politics solution or an answer to it. But often there are very obvious kind of opportunities or needs for a problem to be looked at from different angles, or to have different types of expertise on the project. And that's when it can be really exciting to engage in interdisciplinary research, because you know that you are working towards this more holistic solution, a more encompassing response. And particularly if you're interested in doing kind of policy focused work, that can be very important, that you're presenting something which is usable because it takes into account different perspectives and different user groups and so on. I think that we often don't want to engage in interdisciplinary research because it feels a bit unsafe, or it feels quite high risk. And it can feel this way, I think, for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is that we've all got our comfort zones, and in some ways, the further you get on in your career, the more you are safe in your own comfort zone. And when you come to do interdisciplinary research, you're exposing yourself to another audience, to another conference audience, for example, to another set of journals, to another set of academics who you don't know. And that, I think that can feel quite sort of psychologically threatening in a sense, not to overplay it. But, you know, to use an example from my own work, just to illustrate, I guess, that I recently wrote a chapter on something, and it's an analysis of judicial decision making. It's an animal law issue. But what I did was, just because I got to the point where I felt like it was begging for this type of analysis, I applied a particular sociological theory to the judicial decision making to say something about it that way. So that's, you know, really quite uncomfortable for me, because I'm not a sociologist. I absolutely, you know, I think, well, I hope that Carol Murphy never picks this chapter up and reads it, because I'm sure she'll tell me I've got it all wrong and have to send it back to the editors and know that they're all, you know, in other disciplines, and I'm a bit of an interloper, and expect them to tell me I've got it all wrong, which thankfully they didn't. But, you know, it feels risky, because you get to a point where you know the kinds of comments you will get back in your own discipline. And when you start doing something that transcends that, or moves into another discipline, or joins in with other disciplines, then that feels a bit challenging. It's also risky because we are trying to build our own reputations, as much as it's uncomfortable to think about that sometimes. That's part of our job now, that we are trying to build recognition for ourselves in our own fields. And there's sometimes a nervousness around interdisciplinary research that it will be seen as kind of watering down our expertise in some way. So I think we engage more, we feel more confident to engage in interdisciplinary research when we think that we'll continue to be recognised in our own field. And that sometimes is about being able to recognise the particular gap or the particular expertise that we are bringing to something. That, yes, you know, no, I don't know about X number of sociological theories that I really ought to know about, but I can bring in different perspective based on my own background, and I can work with other people to bring a kind of my unique experience into that, and we can bring those perspectives together to produce something new. And the final one, which is was my reference to your long words, Chris, is that why we, and this is, you know, I think that we have to be honest with ourselves a little bit. Sometimes we don't engage in interdisciplinary research because we don't really like the other disciplines as much as our own. And I'll use an example from my own work to take the focus off the wider point. But, well, it's notorious, I think, in that lawyers generally think that the social sciences use 10 words to say something that you could say in 2 words. And it's a common sort of trope among social scientists that lawyers don't really do methodology, which is a justifiable criticism in many cases. And I once, with a colleague, presented some research at a workshop that involved criminologists as well. And we spent a long time, explaining this particular interpretation of EU law that we had argued for, and then this kind of proposition for how you could use contractual terms to influence labour rights conditions. We were very pleased with it, very good work. And then a criminology professor at the end said, oh, this is really interesting, but it's not really research, is it? Which somewhat, deflated us. But we do get to a point, I think, within our own disciplines where I'm exaggerating here, but we do get to a point where we are used to our disciplines, and we are a little bit reluctant to embrace the way things are done in other disciplines. The language, the methodology, the way the arguments are constructed, any number of different things, I think, can be barriers to us. And although we all like to think that we're really open and we love to have these interdisciplinary discussions, when we're actually forced to do something that really is interdisciplinary, we have to face up to where our little disciplinary biases lie. So I think when we overcome some of that, when we are open to saying, oh, I don't know why you're explaining it like this, but I see that is important, I can accept, this is the way that I would come at it, and then you can work through that. Then I think you've got a really good platform for interdisciplinary research, because you're not, to pick up the point that Chris made, you're not trying to just stick 2 siloed ways of thinking together, you're going past that. So that's all I really wanted to discuss, just to raise a few points, which you may or may not agree with them, but I hope will be some food for thought as we go through the rest of the session.
Thank you, Opie, for that very frank and insightful analysis. Philip, please, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Roland, for convening this session. Unlike Opie and Chris, I've never had any proper research methods training at all. So Chris's long words are kind of a bit beyond me. And the other thing I would say is that I've sort of come into interdisciplinary research by accident. I've sort of dropped into it. It is a natural thing, I think, for economists to do. So I studied my undergraduate degree in the early to mid 1980s. In those days, economists were taught, I think, very effectively to think laterally, to be able to add up, divide, multiply, and handle numbers, although the degree of mathematical rigor was not that great, but also to be able to write complete sentences, and also to be able to conceptualize difficult mathematical problems without using numbers. So Alfred Marshall said that you should, when you do mathematical economics, after you've written the mathematics, you should write it in English and then throw the mathematics in the bin. And that's a type of economics which, economic training which I was involved with, which really formed me. And then I sort of just dropped by accident into qualifying as an actuary. Anybody who understands the exams will realize you can't actually sort of do them by accident as such, but it was only by accident that I ended up on that track. So I had to learn how to do a little bit of maths, probability and statistics. And then I decided to take an academic job. I have no idea why. Rationally, it was a crazy thing to do at the time, but looking back on it, it was providential, as us Christians might say. I took this academic job in actuarial science and found myself in a department of mathematicians and statisticians, essentially as the only economist who would handle most problems in words. And that was just a useful place to be. It was, I was in a small set of one, essentially, who could expand the discipline of actuarial science outwards and apply economic reasoning and economic method to actuarial problems, particularly in the field of finance and investment, as it was as my interests were at that time. And this is, I suppose, the archetypal example in economics here would be Gary Becker, who won his Nobel Prize for, amongst other things, the economic analysis of crime, which he might analyze through a different lens. And people look at what Gary Becker did and they say, well, he's sort of turning everything into economics, and this is a bad thing because crime is a bit more than about economics, it's also about the law and about morality. But that would be to miss the point. There are some economic aspects of crime. If somebody is predisposed to being a criminal, they respond to incentives like everybody else. If the prize is bigger and the probability of being caught is smaller, somebody who's predisposed to being a criminal is more likely to commit the crime than if the probability of being caught is huge and the benefits from criminal activity are tiny. And it's worth understanding these things because they can affect our view of how much resources to commit towards policing, what forms of punishment systems that we should have, and so on. So it is, in a sense, I suppose I see, I don't know what word Chris would use to describe it, but the way I think about interdisciplinary research that I've been involved with is sort of extending disciplines laterally rather than longitudinally. And I've continued that throughout my career. So the first ref unit I was in was maths. The next one I was in was the built environment because I was doing work in real estate finance. The next ref unit I was in was business management. And this time I'll be in theology for my publications. And if it's one of the case studies that's used, social policy for a case study. And so, how is economics led into theology? Well, there are economics and public policy aspects of problems which are often treated theologically, where prudent and pragmatic judgments have to be made as to what might be the role of the state and other organizations in society in terms of dealing with those problems. And that is a branch of theology which Thomas Aquinas wrote an awful lot about, and other people have written a lot about in the intervening 800 years. And I suppose that's an important point. If you go back 200 years, everybody was interdisciplinary in the terms that we understand it today. Now, Adam Smith wrote widely about economics, philosophy, law, political economy, and wrapped them all up in 2 or 3 great books, similarly with Thomas Aquinas and many others. So it's finding this, to me, it's always been about finding this niche, extending subjects laterally. And there are advantages and disadvantages to that. The main disadvantage, if you're beginning your academic career, is if you want to work for an Ivy League or Russell group university, you might find it more difficult in some disciplines when you try to be interdisciplinary, if you see what I mean, combining some disciplines together. You might find it more difficult to publish in the top journals. Very often reviewers there like articles to follow a particular pattern, to use particular methodologies, to use particular forms of language, and they're rather frightened when people introduce a different methodology into the discipline that they want to essentially colonize and perhaps make it rather exclusive by excluding people who are not defining things in exactly the same terms that they define them. So it can be more difficult to publish in the prestige journals. You obviously don't become a leading intellectual figure in the mainstream of the discipline by its nature. I will never be a mainstream theologian in the same sense that I was never a mainstream leading actuary, because I didn't know enough mathematics and statistics to do that. On the other hand, it's probably easier to get published in 2- and 3-star journals. And if you choose the right journal, probably easier to get your work published in general, because you are potentially looking at interesting problems through using interesting angles. And very often, if you're working in an interdisciplinary field, it's also very often, it's also easier potentially to communicate your research to a wider audience, because you're not getting trapped in the language of one discipline, which you understand, all the other people who work in that discipline understand, but nobody else in the outside world understands. You're actually forced to learn the language of another discipline, and that in itself is useful because, as those of you who speak foreign languages will know, I don't, so I don't, but I'm aware. Once you start to learn one foreign language, it becomes rather easier to learn other foreign languages. So if you're beginning to communicate what you're doing to people who are working in another discipline, it then becomes, I think, easier to talk to the outside world in general. You become used to talking to a wider body of people. You also, normally with interdisciplinary work, you become one of a relatively small number of people who understand a particular subset of a discipline. If I go back to my actuarial science days, there weren't that many actuaries who understood finance and investment. There were lots of finance people who understood finance, but and there were lots of pension fund actuaries who understood pension funds. But if you needed somebody to write about or talk about the finance and investment aspect of how pension funds operated, there weren't that many people who were able to do that. So you become, you find your own little niche. As I say, sometimes useful because it can be a niche where you are used to talking a bit more to the outside world rather than simply to people who use your own language. So I think that's probably enough for me. I can't theorize about this at all like Chris. I can only really speak from experience. I suppose I could add that one of the reasons why my work has been in an interdisciplinary direction is because I get really very bored quite easily. And I don't think if I'd found a path in economics research that I would have been able to stick to it for 40 years and stay on the same path and become the leading expert in that particular area of work. So maybe if you get bored easily, then interdisciplinarity might be for you. Now, one of my favorite economists, Friedrich Hayek, once said that an economist who, something like I'm paraphrasing here, an economist who only understands economics is of little use at all, indeed, probably a positive menace. So I get quite a lot of inspiration from him in all sorts of ways, and I think that's perhaps a good quotation to end on, and may apply also to other areas where people perhaps become too specialised and too blind to what's going on outside their own discipline.
Marvellous. Thank you, Philip, for that quite realistic analysis. Judith, over to you. And Kim has given us permission to run over a little bit, but if we could retain maybe, I don't know, it'd be great to have at least 25 minutes for some open discussion. So if we could try and wrap up the presentations by around 1:50, that would be ideal. But you know, do what you need to do. So go ahead, Judith, and thank you.
Lovely. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can all hear me. And can you see my slides?
Yes. Yes,
fantastic. Lovely. Well, thank you, Roland, for organising this, and thank you to all the other organisers. It's great to do some research rather than marking for a change. So thank you very much. I really just, I know I've got about 4 minutes, and I think I have about 17 slides. I'm going to run through this really quickly. But I really wanted to talk to you about my research and my research journey, which has been very interdisciplinary. It has straddled law, history, English in terms of the project of biography, and public policy, because what we're trying to do is effect change. We're actually trying to make the legal profession more inclusive, not just for women, but for anybody who considers themselves to be an outsider. So that's what my project has been all about, and it has been named the first women lawyers in England, Wales, and the Empire Symposia. Hold a moment, I can't make it move. Wait a moment. Fantastic. Right. Oh, now I've gone too far. So just by means of a little bit of background, the woman you can see on your screen is Helena Normanton, who I discovered in 2002 when I was doing an exhibition for the Women's Library. She had been a woman who was the first woman to join an institution of the legal profession in 1919, when the Sex Disqualification Removal Act was passed. And her archives had been just dumped in the Women's Library. There were 18 boxes of this material, and it had just been left there. No, it has now been catalogued, but at the time it was completely uncatalogued. And I discovered this woman in this box, and I realised, as someone who had been practising as a barrister, I didn't know anything about her. I hadn't even heard of her name. So Antonia Byatt, who was the director of the Women's Library, really encouraged me to do a PhD on this woman. So I did my PhD, but in history, not in law, which was quite surprising because I, in fact, was all signed up to do a PhD in SOAS on dowries and the law. So it was a complete reversal. So I did this history PhD, and I published the book in 2016. Obviously I had written it before then, and while I was writing it, I realized the enormity of the project, that one person couldn't possibly record this history of first women lawyers. So that's why I set up the symposia. And so far we have had these 5 meetings that started in 2015. There is one due in 2020 in, it should be June, possibly October, I'm not sure if it will go ahead. But it has brought, the symposia has brought together scholars, like I said, not just legal scholars, but also historians, biography scholars, and policymakers, social policy academics. And it's also brought together practitioners and policymakers and lawyers as well. And it has had enormous impact. But I just wanted to say, before I talked about that impact, the importance of money, of grants. I was lucky enough to have 2 grants for the symposia. And really, Opie talked in her time, she talked about clicking with a colleague. And really, if you have money to feed people, it is amazing how quickly you can click with people. It really is, it gives you space. If you have money to provide food and coffee and cake, it provides this wonderful space in which you can actually think about new ideas and to discuss really your project and to make it happen and to make it work. So the symposia has been very much a collaboration of academics, policymakers, lawyers, legal professionals, the institutions of the law. And really, it has worked because different disciplines have collaborated. People have been willing to share, and we've all been enthusiastic about recording this history. So I can't stress the importance of collaboration. It makes things happen. Now, what we wanted to do, what we realized, was that we wanted to actually produce an accurate recording of this history, because if you go on Wikipedia right now and look up Helena Normanton, and if you look really in a lot of good books, they will talk about Helena Normanton as being the first woman to practice at the bar, and that's nonsense. It's not true. She wasn't at all. You'll also find that it talks about Carrie Morrison racing down Chancery Lane in order to become the first solicitor. And again, that's not true. It's just one of those very damaging myths about women, you know, that women are competitive and we're quite bitchy and nasty. And it's very important to get rid of those myths. So in fact, as a group, really our main mission was to put this history right. It was to get rid of damaging stereotypes and damaging narratives. And we also wanted to make really the public and lawyers understand the context of women being admitted into law, because somehow I think there is a misunderstanding that somehow in 1919 women were allowed to enter the law because we had done such great work during the war. And again, that's not true. Women were allowed to enter the legal profession purely because of sympathetic politicians, male politicians, and because of the work of the women's movement. And it's really important, I think, this symposia, in order to provide role models, not just for my students, because these women are really important models of resilience, but also for lawyers, anybody who is a woman or perhaps considers themselves to be outside of the profession. And I don't really have time to take you outside as much as I'd like to. We've had many outputs. You can see that I talk about we a lot, but I should say that that's that very woman thing, that I, of course, have led this, but I recognise it's been very much a collaboration. But I organised with Celia Pilkington at the Inner Temple, we organised a really a digital exhibition on first women lawyers, and it has a lot of oral archives. We also had this output, which was a special edition of the Women's History Review, and obviously that's interdisciplinary because it's a history journal, and I was an editor on that. I organised that. I also organised this Central London Public Lecture Series, which was sponsored by a firm of solicitors, which was really great fun. And we had these 6 events that really took this work to the public. And there have been other things. For example, you can see on this slide, I've organised these Law Society Gazette's history pages. Eduardo Reyes is the editor there, and he's been great at giving us the space to write articles for them. And obviously the Law Society Gazette goes into every single solicitor's post in the country. So it's a fantastic way of getting our message out there. And we also, again, I was a special assistant editor for this Oxford Dictionary of National Biography First Women Lawyers pages. So again, we've made this history mainstream. We've got it into the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography. So many other events planned for this symposia. There's should be this one in 2020, but again, it's a collaboration between historians, English biography, academics, and social policy. We've got a lot planned for the future. So I'm going to leave it there. There's a lot more I could talk about, but I think I have managed to do it in, I don't know, because I can't see my time. I've managed to do it in something like 8 minutes. So thank you. Thanks very much.
Marvellous, Judith. Thank you so much. Really brilliant to have that insight into the practical process and what one actually goes through on an interdisciplinary project like that. So now, Kim, if I can ask you to interject when we run out of time, I'd like to move on to some question and answer, some comments, some audience interaction. So we've already got one question here from Muniat Mustafa, who says, for a researcher with law background researching in an area of sociology with some relating to law, is there any word of advice on precautions to take in conducting a successful interdisciplinary research while not overstepping boundaries or being underproductive? So if the panelists could respond to that, that would be fabulous.
The only thing I would say, because it's not really my area of interdisciplinary research, is that it's the job of a researcher to destroy boundaries. So don't worry about overstepping boundaries if you mean them in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would reiterate that without quite such explosive terms, but still, I'm slightly biased here because I'm on Moynet's supervisory team, but I don't think the question of overstepping boundaries is one that you shouldn't really be concerned about. That speaking to your research question, responding to a research problem is important. Doing it in a methodologically sound way is important, but doing it 80% sociology and 20% law is not important. Or being concerned about whether you're going to upset the Socio-Legal Studies Association is not so important. And your supervisors also obviously are helping direct you on that. But yeah, I would agree that your objective is not to toe the line in terms of your discipline.
I think it is really exciting, and so I would throw caution to the wind and do it. But I do understand what you mean, because certainly there is a difference between historians and lawyers. So lawyers, for example, want everything to be referenced and backed up with evidence. And that isn't that historians don't want that, is that perhaps they're not as anal about it as lawyers are. So everything that I was accused in my PhD of over-referencing, whereas I felt I wasn't referencing enough. But again, you can talk that through. That's not difficult, really. And of course, the converse works with historians. They never fill in the gaps. They leave the gaps there. Whereas with lawyers, I think to a certain extent, you know, especially if you come from a practice background, you know, if you're doing a cross-examination, you will suggest, you know, a scenario to your, you know, to your witness, and you can't do that in history. It's just not allowed. So, but again, these are things that come out as you're doing your work, and you just keep the dialogue going, really.
And I think that's...
Yeah, just, oh, sorry.
No, you go.
Thank you. Just to echo previous comments, actually, I think methodologically you need to be sound, and I'm sure you'll get appropriate supervision to help you do that. But also to say, don't be afraid of robust research methods. Robust research methods are your friend. Perhaps I'm biased, being a social scientist, having been very fortunate to have been ESRC funded in my master's and PhD. I got lots and lots of research methods training. And it's something to embrace. It's something that can help guide us through these very important and what can potentially be very complicated questions. And being aware of the implications methodologically is not something that's going to hold you back. It's something that's going to aid you to help you cut through the milieu and to ultimately perhaps transcend.
Thank you, everybody. Now, there was an interesting point that was raised earlier, and I think it's something that touches on what both Chris and Philip were talking about, which is taking us back into the policy space and interdisciplinarity, speaking to policy audiences. Chris made the point that there's a kind of complexity to negotiate around different ontologies, different, you know, at the very least, theoretical lenses. So I wonder if there's more that can be said around that area.
You want me to come in on that, Roland?
Perhaps either Chris or Philip, but anyone if they have a thought on it.
It feels like a question very well tailored for me, I have to say. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by theory when you say theory, which is obviously something very different to ontology. Ontological, at least my sort of one way of looking at ontology is to think about the difference between foundationalism and anti-foundationalism, which is sort of how it's split in disciplinary terms. And really what it's getting to is what is it that we know? Because often how we know what we know comes from a specific disciplinary background, and these can be very different and not very easy to reconcile. But the first step towards reconciliation is recognizing that difference, yeah. And in my discipline, at least, I've been so very lucky because from year one, we're taught to embrace that difference and to not see that as a threat, but to see that as a challenge. That's there as a boundary to be transcended, diverted around, overcome. And that's just inbuilt into the DNA of my discipline, being development studies. Now, I do have many colleagues in sort of traditional political science who are very different, and I found myself sort of in the big conferences where you kind of get these sorts of classic political science papers, and it's so very narrow. I would completely agree with Philip's comments on that. Not necessarily unuseful, normally very useful, but very narrow and frustratingly narrow from someone that comes from my sort of perspective. So I think ontology is something to be embraced because you cannot get away from it. It's a skin, not a sweater. And it's not something we should be afraid of. It's something that we should use and harness to be able to overcome all of these barriers that we've been talking about.
That's brilliant, thank you. And we've got a comment from Nina Samota, who's sadly had to dash off, but she says, thanks for the interesting session. And she says, with a background in politics to research and policy development in criminology, I appreciate the value of interdisciplinary collaboration in teaching, research and practice. It brings benefit to student learning and helping them think about policy relevant careers. So there's an interesting point here about education. So perhaps if you wanted to, shall we speak a little bit to the implication, the educational implications, the teaching and learning implications?
Okay, can I say something there? Because I would have struggled to answer the previous question because, and I don't want to dismiss, Chris, or rather appear dismissive of Chris's answer, but my career on the whole has been about just doing stuff rather than having a training in research methods. I did a PhD by papers, and I'm pretty lucky, I think, just in the way it's evolved, and I haven't had the kind of training which enables me to conceptualize the research process and so on in the way that Chris has had. This is an easier question to answer because I do quite a lot of this type of thing, and if you're trying to do policy relevant research, not wholly, but most politicians are on the whole empiricists. So I think that the Blair phrase in 1997 was, what counts is what works. Well, if you want to know whether it works, you have to measure it. Now, I am skeptical somewhat of empirical research myself, especially in the social sciences. And I think it could help us understand problems, but doesn't necessarily direct us in a particular way. But if you want to influence a policy process, it's often helpful to be able to demonstrate your argument, at least to some extent, your familiarity with data and an ability to handle that data. And I suspect that most of our teaching programs at St. Mary's in the faculty are not sufficiently, they don't stretch our students sufficiently when it comes to the management of data. So in the humanities, I think it's probably more or less absent. I don't know about law, don't know about sociology either, but certainly on the business programs, you're probably aware, Roland, that what we do in terms of data analysis is pretty rudimentary. And I think we need to stretch students more in that respect. It's not that they need to be terrific mathematicians and be able to do high-level calculus and trigonometry and all the rest of it, but just good functional numeracy and statistical analysis. I think we need more of that in our teaching.
Yeah, if I could come in on that question, if that's okay. Yeah, and also just trying to relate it to everything that we've been talking about and just some of what Philip was saying there. Two sort of things I came up with, both of which I do in my research methods class in different ways at the undergraduate and postgraduate level. And the first is going back to the ontological question, I get students to think about what is data? What constitutes valid data and what constitutes invalid data? And that question can be answered on a methodological level, is your sample size big enough, etc. Are your standard deviations too high, etc. But it can also be answered on a much more philosophical level, which is really important for students at least to be familiar with the fact that these debates are out there. And in my more utopian moments, I might try to get them to scratch the surface of Chomsky, Foucault. The second sort of main point relating again to sort of what we've all been saying, and I try to teach my students, is to appreciate the difference between understanding something and explaining something, because these are fundamentally different. And this ultimately, it's a primarily ontological question, but ultimately an epistemological one, really, because someone sort of coming from my tradition would say we cannot explain. It is not possible to base our understanding of the world on law-like generalizations that allow us to create patterns of predictability, which is the complete opposite to other traditions, which are, yes, of course we can explain, and indeed we must explain. And it's a very frustrating debate to have, and can very easily become unproductive. But I think from a teaching and learning perspective, getting students to scratch the surface of an awareness of the existence of this is enough. In terms of interdisciplinary research, it can all too easily become huge barriers that we all too readily want to erect. We must learn to overcome that. And use them, and what I tried to do in my research is use them as a tool for moving forward, not for holding back. But that is much easier said than done, of course.
The dance between explanation and understanding is fascinating in our context in EHSS. It almost feels to me like social scientists as the purveyor, or at least the more positivistic social science approaches are the purveyors of explanation. whereas understanding is something that can be offered more gently by the humanities. And so perhaps this kind of interplay is something that's actually available to us in, you know, precisely by looking at interdisciplinarity.
I completely agree with that point. Being a development studies guy, I kind of straddle both of these worlds. I'm grounded in understanding, but have always spent my career in departments and faculties and surrounded by political scientists, and thus that explanatory world. So, as I repeat, in my discipline and in my career, I've kind of been confronted by these challenges from year one, from day one. And I guess I've learned to try and embrace them. I guess otherwise by now I would have simply gone insane. But yeah.
So we've got another comment here from Karen Sanders, and she says, "Thank you, panels, Kim, everyone for organising and sharing your thoughts and experience. Very interesting. I couldn't agree more with Philip's scepticism about social scientific empiricism, but the need to be able to quantify and measure for policy impact. Have to go to other meetings with doctoral students now, but interesting points about disciplinary languages." And she says that she studied philosophy, and ontology was about the nature of being, and not quite in the social scientific sense that Chris is using it. She says, "Thanks to all." So yes, would anyone want to pick up on any of that, or to continue in a different vein?
I just wanted to pick up around about the educational point, because it just really struck me when Judith was talking, and she, you know, in the typical women's way, she didn't make enough of it, but she mentioned about the archive, some of the archive work that she'd done, and just that's not a skill set, it's not a method, it's not an approach that I think most lawyers would ever think to use. You know, that's a historian's method, I guess. And just, you know, on that educational point, it is really important. I think it is very enriching for students to have teachers who bring these different kind of insights and backgrounds, because even if we don't teach them directly, you know, law in particular, especially at the undergraduate level, is quite a narrow discipline, to be honest. And, you know, historically, we really do kind of teach students how to do law. And, you know, we do more than that now, particularly at St Mary's. But if you have tutors who are able to, you know, this does touch on what Chris was saying as well, who are able to help you to be aware of the limit of what you're learning, your subject area, and what it is that you're learning, and the ways that there are of doing things, that can only be valuable to you as you progress, either in your if you go into postgraduate studies or into your career. And I think, yeah, it's really important that we have those kinds of.
I think I'm a much better teacher for having done this sort of interdisciplinary work, because obviously now when I teach, I think about context, and I think of different, you know, gender, race, or, you know, all kinds of things that perhaps when I started teaching, I never really considered. So it definitely has enhanced my teaching, and I think probably the student experience has been enhanced because they get a much broader view of the world rather than this sort of black and white, sort of black letter law approach that's traditionally taught.
Brilliant. Thank you.
A point, there's no questions, I don't think, in Q&A. So could I just pick up on a point that Judith made about small grants? I know this is just really important. You, rather like Judith, I've had quite a lot of small grants and only the odd big grant. And it's quite easy to pick up small grants for interdisciplinary work, because normally you're defining a problem that nobody has thought of in either of the disciplines, and also an angle on a problem that nobody has thought of in either of the disciplines. So it's often intriguing or interesting to people, and also intriguing or interesting to people who might work for grant givers who would not normally give grants for, if you like, longitudinal academic work, which is within a particular narrow discipline confine. So I've had a few small grants, and they've been really helpful, and a small amount of money is so much better than nothing, and so much easier to get than a large grant, where you normally have to go through very long application processes and then justify everything you spend and so whereas talking to a professional body, and most of my small grants have come from the Institute of Actuaries, so another professional body. This is our problem, one side of how you'll approach it, what you'll do with the money, and then probably nothing much to report back when you've finished the grant. And as Judith says, you could do an awful lot with this, actually.
That's great. I think that seems like a relatively natural point at which to conclude. We're coming up on 2:15, which will give Kim some time to hand over. So I want to extend my thanks to everybody who spoke, all of the panelists. I'm truly grateful that you took the time to do this. I appreciate that it's a tremendously busy and especially difficult time at the moment, both the confluence of marking and coronavirus creating quite the nuisance. So thank you all so much, and I've learned a great deal. Yes, so may I hand back over to Kim to continue with the festival.
Thanks very much, Roland, and thanks to all of the panelists, and thanks for organising the round table, Roland. It was a really, really good discussion. We're going to have a quick break now, and we'll be back at 2:30 with Dr. Andrew Fleming from the Brilliant Club, who's going to be talking about the Scholars Programme, which is an opportunity for postgraduate students, PhD students, to go into schools and teach. It's something we're developing a partnership with the Brilliant Club, and Andrew's going to be talking about that. So I will see everyone at 2:30. Thanks a lot. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to move on now to our next session, which is presented by Dr. Andrew Fleming. And Dr. Fleming comes from the Brilliant Club, and he's going to be talking to you about the Scholars Programme, which is about PGR students going into schools and teaching their research. So without further ado, are you there, Andrew?
Yes, I am. Thanks for inviting me, Kim. Bear with me for 2 secs while I share my screen.
Brilliant. I'm going to pass over to you then. Again, any questions, please put it in the Q&A.
Yeah, go for it. Kim, can you just confirm that you can see that all right?
Yep, can see it.
Fantastic, great. Yeah, well, thanks for inviting me to this afternoon's session. And as Kim says, my name's Andy Fleming. I've got a PhD in history and I work for the Brilliant Club, where I manage the Scholars Programme in the south of England. And the Brilliant Club exists for a very simple reason, which is on the screen here, which is that the gap between pupils from the most advantaged and the most disadvantaged students progressing to our most selective universities is extensive, and we think fundamentally really, really unfair. We think that this gap of 1 in 4 pupils from the most advantaged sector of society, that falls to 1 in 50 for those from the most disadvantaged quintile, has really negative impacts on our university sector and on academia, and on society as a whole, and fundamentally is deeply unfair. But we think that you guys, as PhD students and researchers, are uniquely well placed to help address this problem and to help narrow the gap between the 2 figures on the screen. So over the last 10 years, we've worked with over 2,000 researchers up and down the country to support over 70,000 pupils who've taken part in the Scholars Programme. I'm confident that we would have hit the 80,000 figure this summer had we not been forced to kind of suspend our programmes due to other events. But we've worked with tens of thousands of pupils across the UK to help support their progress to highly selective universities, and to give them a taste of what studying at university might be like. Over the course of doing that, we've had our programmes evaluated independently by UCAS, who've concluded that taking part in the Scholars Programme makes it significantly more likely that pupils will progress to a highly selective university than those from the same kind of socioeconomic or demographic background who don't, which I'll go on to in a little bit more detail later on. I guess before we go any further, just to clarify, when we talk about highly selective universities, we talk about universities that are kind of considered to be high tariff or some medium tariff universities by the Department for Education. And the reason that we focus on those universities is because that's where the gap's biggest and where pupils from the most disadvantaged backgrounds that we spoke about earlier are currently least likely to make applications for those applications to be successful, and then for them to eventually take up places later on. So on the Scholars Programme, we recruit and train PhD students and postdoctoral researchers, so anyone who has or is working towards a PhD. So that could be people, we've got lots of tutors that received their PhDs some time ago, people who are early career researchers now, who are in graduate teaching positions, or who are in different lines of work and still want to keep their hand in pedagogically, to work in non-selective state schools, which are the only kinds of schools with which we work across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. I imagine the majority of you will probably be based in and around St Mary's and in the southeast, but wherever you are, it is likely that we will be working with a school near you. And as a Scholars Programme tutor, you deliver programs of university-style learning to small groups of pupils. So pupils are taken off timetable, they're taken out of their normal lessons to have a protected hour with their tutor, and they're taught in kind of small university-style seminars. So you teach pupils in groups of 6, which for them is obviously much smaller group learning than they're used to in schools. By university-style learning, we mean that we're supporting pupils to write a final assignment that could be 2,500 words. And for older pupils, that's based on your PhD topic. So maybe compared to other forms of teaching that you might have got involved in previously at St Mary's or elsewhere, this is an opportunity to develop and deliver a program of teaching based on the thing that you are most equipped to teach, because you all spend your days researching it, and to really focus in on the things that you're most knowledgeable and passionate about. The amazing teachers in the schools that we work with are incredible, but they would never be able to deliver the kinds of material that you guys are well positioned to teach. So if you think that it sounds like a cool idea, but that there's no way that your research would be appropriate or that kids would ever be interested in what you do, don't worry. That is a huge part of what we do, is in finding the thing in your research, whatever it is, across social sciences, humanities, STEM subjects, the thing that's going to be accessible to young people, even if they've never even heard of your subject before, let alone have the chance to study it in school. That will be the hook that will then get them to think about, okay, cool, I see why this is important and why it's something that's worth studying as part of a PhD. And there are some examples of previous course handbooks on the screen there. So I'll speak now for a moment about what tutoring on the Scholars Programme looks like. The programme starts once you're accepted to work with us at an assessment centre, which I'll speak more about towards the end of this presentation, with a training weekend. Those normally take place in person. We're expecting that the next one will probably take place online, and that's designed to help you to complete your course design and to equip you with the principles of pedagogy that you will need for teaching in school. And I'll speak a little bit more about how that's transferable to undergraduate teaching later on. After that training weekend, we will support you to complete finishing your course, and the programme for pupils starts with a launch trip to a highly selective university, probably somewhere in London or somewhere like Oxford or Cambridge, where pupils have their first tutorial with you, their tutor, and for most of them, their first experience of being on a university campus and experiencing a university environment. After that, the tutor goes into school, normally once a week, to deliver the tutorial to pupils who are taking up their lessons, as I say, in their groups of 6. So the kind of weekly commitment is 2 hours a week, delivering the content that's going to equip pupils to write their final assignment. There's a bit of work around that in terms of marking homework and giving feedback on that as well. After their 6th tutorial, pupils produce, after their 5th tutorial, pupils produce a draft of their final assignment. You then give them feedback on that draft one-on-one, which certainly for teaching at university, I think learning how to give one-on-one feedback effectively is a really good and important skill to develop. After they receive that feedback, they then write their final assignments, and you will mark those with a university-style grade, first to 1, whatever the case may be, before pupils complete the programme with a graduation trip to a different highly selective university. So if we've taken them somewhere like Oxford or Cambridge for the launch, we'll take them somewhere like King's or Holloway, SOAS, for the graduation trip, so they can sense what different universities are like and celebrate the fact that they've all done something enormously impressive that hardly anyone else their age anywhere in the country has done. Tutors don't have to attend those graduation trips if they don't want to, but lots of them do because they like to celebrate their pupils' success on the programme as well. So that's the overall shape of the programme. I guess it's worth saying before we move on that like everyone else and like everything else in society at the moment, we're slightly dependent on what's gonna happen next with regard to coronavirus. We've already decided we're going to move our training online. We might need to end up moving components of the programme, including the first tutorial or subsequent tutorials, either partially or entirely online next academic year. But we're making plans for that, and we think that it will still be good professional development for tutors as well, who, as many of you will have already discussed, are going to need to develop skills in online delivery for teaching in universities and for other forms of work in the years ahead anyway. It's increasingly looking like. So we're on the programme 3 times a year. For the autumn, we're going to be running training online, as I say, and then tutorials are going to run from October into the start of 2021. Then we work with older pupils again in the spring term, before in the summer turning our attention to younger pupils. As you would expect, all of the evidence increasingly suggests that the earlier you make these kinds of interventions and the earlier you introduce pupils to the idea of university and to the idea of university style study, the more effective it is. So we work with pupils as young as 9. In fact, next year we're going to be trialing the programme with even younger year groups. And I'll explain a bit more about how that will work in a moment. Because for pre-designed programmes at key stages 2 and 3, so that's for pupils between about 8 and 13 years old, we think that supporting you to design a programme based on your research is going to be a bit of a stretch for those age groups. So programmes for younger pupils are pre-designed. There's some examples though on the screen there, and as you can see, there's a pretty wide range of subjects. So whatever your subject expertise and kind of intellectual background, there should be something that you can pick up and deliver fairly straightforwardly out of the box for those younger pupils. If you feel that you prefer to work with younger age groups, or that you don't necessarily have the time to be able to design a course based on your research. So I've spoken a bit about the benefits to pupils for taking part in the Scholars Programme and how it can benefit them. But we think that there's really significant benefits to researchers for involving themselves as Scholars Programme tutors as well, which I'll explain a bit more about now. Covering the training that we offer, the opportunity to get involved in sharing the research beyond the academy, and some of the other skills that you'll develop through doing that. So as I mentioned earlier, once you're accepted as a Scholars Programme tutor, you join our Researcher Development Programme, which alongside a lot of the training that you'll be receiving at St Mary's is really designed to equip you to become a better teacher. We work with some tutors who are ex-teachers and now are returning to the classroom as Scholars Programme tutors. We work with some tutors who have not set foot in a school since they left one as a pupil, but we think that everyone can be constantly involved in a process of improving their teaching practice, no matter how experienced a teacher. And as Scholars Programme tutors, you're equipped and supported throughout your time with us as a Brilliant Club tutor to constantly improve your teaching practice. So that starts with 2 days of training, a training weekend, and then we'll invite you to subsequent one-day training events after that to continue to develop as a teacher as you go along. Our tutors respond overwhelmingly positively to the feedback that we deliver. It's all designed to be portable to undergraduate teaching, and all of the principles that we think underpin good teaching practice are equally applicable to teaching 20 or 30-year-olds. They are to teaching the kind of younger pupils that we work with. And all of that training is delivered by ex-teachers, so people that have been there in the classroom, been there and done it, and are well equipped to explain what the kind of principles of good pedagogy are. So as I say, the feedback that we receive at those training weekends is always really positive, both in terms of how prepared tutors feel to teach school pupils and older students at their universities as well. As well as the training that we offer, we think that it's really important and really valuable for tutors, and increasingly something that tutors researchers are often kind of finding themselves needing to do, is to be able to take their research out of the academic communities they're used to and out into the kind of wider communities that they're situated in. So for me, doing a PhD about saints in medieval England, I felt that it was really good for me to be able to get out of what can be quite an inward-facing, literally and metaphorically dusty academic environment, and just talk to a really, really different group of people. I taught in a boys' school in central London with 12, 15-year-olds who never thought about medieval history before, or the relationships it might have to their own lives. And I think that's something that a lot of our tutors really value. There's some quotations on the screen here that illustrate how valuable it is to be able to look at your research from a different perspective. After you've been kind of waist deep in it for how many years, it's really valuable to explain it to someone who's thinking about it for the first time, and to take your research out of the kind of familiar communities of expertise that we're familiar with, and into wider society. As well as the kind of public engagement and training sides of the Scholars Programme, we think that becoming a Scholars Programme tutor really equips you with a lot of skills that are transferable to both academic and non-academic careers. So lots of our tutors, like Catherine, SOS, are, a not infrequent question for academic job roles is how you might turn your research into the basis of a course. And it's really helpful to be able to get out your course handbook, whack it on the table and demonstrate that you've already given some thought to this, and you've already started thinking about how to make your research accessible to non-specialists. So if you're looking for a career inside or outside of academia, subsequent to finishing your PhD, then we think that the opportunity to work in schools and work in a slightly different kind of professional relationship to the kind of supervisee relationship that lots of PhD professional experience takes place in, is something that's really helpful to get on your CV, as well as all of the work that you're doing as researchers. We know that the Scholars Programme makes a massive difference to the pupils that take part, and we know that for two reasons. Partly because we receive lots of qualitative feedback from the pupils that take part, two examples of which are on the screen there. And we've been running the programme, 2021 will be our 10th anniversary. We're getting to the point where when we take pupils around school campuses, we get undergrads recognising their school uniform and being like, I did the Scholars Programme when I was at school, and now I'm here at this university. And we know from current undergrads and from current pupils how transformative it can be to meet a PhD student when you're at school and get a sense of what university life might be like. So we know that from qualitative feedback, but we also, with a number of pupils that we work with, we're really driven by collecting quantitative data on the pupils that take part. And as you can see, we know that as you can see, pupils that take part in the Scholars Programme are about twice as likely to both apply, receive offers and progress to highly selective universities compared to pupils from the same backgrounds that don't, and that the greater level of disadvantage, the more impactful taking part in something like the Scholars Programme can be. And lots of our tutors will also have their own motivations for taking part in the programme as Scholars Programme tutors from their own backgrounds, but we think that kind of regardless of you know, where you went to school or what country you went to school in, we think that all of you can play enormous roles in modelling someone that's really passionate about what they do and is prepared to work really, really hard to pursue something they're interested in, and that encountering that when you're at school can be genuinely life-changing for pupils that might otherwise never meet someone who's a doctor or studying to be one. Joining the Brilliant Club as a Scholars Programme tutor also means you are joining a national community of researchers who are interested in widening participation, fair access to university, and joining this kind of fight to make university access more fair. So I think that our training weekends and the events that we run around them, and we're looking into ways that we can do this online as well, are pretty unique as means of gathering hundreds and hundreds of people together, virtually or in person, who are from completely different academic and intellectual backgrounds, wouldn't otherwise probably meet at conferences or anything like that, but all of whom have this shared interest in making access to university more fair. So a great opportunity to find out what's going on in different institutions as well. And this slide says that taking part in the Scholars Programme is fun, which it is. I completely agree with that, but thinking back on my placement as well, I think it was a real privilege, and one of the things that I was most privileged to do as part of my PhD, to meet the young people that I taught and to share the stuff that I was most passionate about with them, and to see them to take on some of that passion as well and engage with it in such a kind of enthusiastic and thoughtful way. Finally, it's worth stressing that this isn't volunteering, it's a paid opportunity. We pay £500 for each placement that a researcher does, and an additional £100 when designing your course for the first time. Tutors, when they're delivering the programme for the first time, might just do it once around all of their other commitments, but then we've got lots of tutors that maybe while they're waiting for a viva or waiting for a postdoc to start or waiting for the next thing, might do multiple placements and use the Scholars Programme as one of their main sources of income. And it's worth saying that you can start working as a Scholars Programme tutor and stop whenever suits you. We are acutely aware as an organisation of ex-teachers and ex-researchers of how busy you guys are and how much other stuff you have going on. So you can be really flexible about the terms in which you choose to teach, and if you need to go away and do field work for sometimes years at a time and then come back to work with us again, that's fine. Lots of our tutors will do that kind of thing. So I've outlined some of the reasons that we think this is so beneficial for pupils and some of the ways in which we think it can be helpful for researchers to take part as well for their professional development too. So I will now explain a little bit more about next steps if you're interested in getting involved, which I would really encourage all of you to do. You need to head to our website, thebrilliantclub.org, and complete a quick application form there. You don't need to write much more than a paragraph for each of the, I think, 5 questions there are. After you've completed the online application, we'll invite you to an assessment centre, which will be taking place on a rolling basis online through the rest of June and into July. That will be a short interview, which I think, thinking back on my time as a PhD student, you don't get many opportunities to practice job interviews. So it's designed, the assessment centre itself is designed to be good professional development. And we will also ask you to deliver an 8-minute mini tutorial based on an aspect of your research, just to get a sense of what your course might be like in the classroom. So the things to think about there are what's going to be, as I said, what's the kind of hook that's going to be accessible to pupils that might have never heard of your subject before, to get them to see why it's important that someone does a PhD in it. and to think about how you're going to get them engaging with that and learning something in a kind of participatory way, because 15-year-olds, as you might imagine, don't take very well to lectures, even if they're 8 minutes long. So it's worth thinking about what you can do to get them engaged and what you can do to kind of show them why your research is something that's worth thinking about. We give tons of feedback on those applications to both successful and unsuccessful candidates, because the assessment centre is, as I say, designed to be professional development in itself. And if tutors aren't successful in the first application, we always welcome tutors to apply again, taking on board the feedback that they received. I should also mention, partly because it was on the fly that went around, I think, that the Brilliant Club runs 2 programs: the Scholars Programme, which I've been explaining about today, and the second is Researchers in Schools, which is, we think, the world's only teacher training route for people who have PhDs and want to become professional teachers in state schools, still using their subject expertise and taking that into the classroom, and still emphasizing university access as part of their teaching. So if you're someone that's coming towards the end of your PhD, thinking about what you might want to do next, and thinking about teaching in schools, or if you know other people in your networks who are, then please do spread the word and take a look. It's a unique program, and again, can be really transformative for pupils to have that kind of normalized experience of having someone with a PhD and university experience in their school. We're going to be needing more tutors on the Scholars Programme and more Researchers in Schools teachers than ever before next academic year, knowing what we increasingly know about the impact that coronavirus has had on the most disadvantaged pupils in our schools. So even if you think that this isn't the right time for you to get involved in our programs right now, please do spread the word far and wide within your networks, because we're going to be needing all of you to help make university access more fair in the years ahead. Thank you for listening to what's been a bit of a whirlwind explanation of the Scholars Programme. We've got some time now, I think, for questions. I don't know if, Kim, you want to kick us off with any questions that might come to mind.
Thanks very much, Andy. That was really interesting. Well, I know about the Brilliant Club because I was one of those scholars on the Scholars Programme when I was doing my PhD, and I know that Angela Platt, who's our academic liaison librarian here, she's also been on the Scholars Programme. But I have to say, what it did for me was I went on to do the fellowship in higher education, and I had to be doing some teaching at the time in order to get that award, and it was absolutely brilliant in terms of getting teaching experience, being taught how to teach, having materials given to me that enabled me to kind of, you know, find interesting ways of teaching. And they're things that I've taken on with me as a lecturer. So it was an invaluable experience for me. I think as well that one of the things that you kind of haven't talked about so much is that for St Mary's, it's a brilliant opportunity for us to kind of show that we're engaged with this widening participation, and that, you know, I think I spoke to you earlier a couple of weeks ago about the researcher, the Research England funded opportunity for research into getting BAME students into higher education, as there's a huge disparity there between BAME and non-BAME students going into postgraduate research. So, you know, this is really important for that. Not only does it kind of give PGR students and PhD students a really fantastic opportunity within an organisation. I've got to say, you're all really, really nice people as well. So, you know, helpful and kind and everything. So, you know, it is a great programme, but it's a win-win all around. So, you know, I hope that we can kind of get something more formal established. Can I tap you in the research office is just asking, do students have to pay to apply, or does St Mary's? You can explain that if you want, Andy. I mean, it's something that Andy and I are discussing, so.
From our perspective, no, students don't have to apply. They can make applications just online on our website, and then enroll as Scholars Programme tutors and take part in the work that way. I don't know if you've got anything to add on that.
Yeah, I mean, what we're trying to do at the moment is, and it's got sort of slightly stalled because of the COVID situation, but what we would like to do is set up a partnership with the Brilliant Club, and so St Mary's would the fee is based on how many of our students go through the training to become the scholars in schools. So that's what we want to negotiate at the moment. Obviously, students are perfectly at their own liberty to apply straight to you. That's that goes without saying, but it is something that we would like to do more formally at St Mary's, and you know, build up this relationship with the Brilliant Club. And have it as a kind of established part of what our PGR, what we can offer our PGR students when they come to St Mary's. So does that answer your question, Claire? I think it probably does, but is there anybody, do any of the, I know we've got a few PhD students here, does anybody have any questions about the programme? Oh, right, so Claire's saying, is there a number cap on the Scholars Programme in terms of applications? Again, go on, you can answer.
From our perspective, no. And as I say, we work with about 800 schools nationally. We're going to be delivering programmes in all of those in the autumn term. We've got all of the deferred summer placements that weren't able to take place this summer. So yeah, we really need tutors. So there's no cap as far as we're concerned.
I mean, the agreement that we're trying to come to is how many students we would say that we could possibly offer to the Brilliant Club. And, you know, so from our point of view, we want PhD students to be interested. So yeah, I mean, it's something that we're developing, and I think we will do it very soon. I know that the heads of widening participation is very interested in getting this done and sorted out. So yeah, but I mean, I think this kind of session is about getting the message out there that there is this opportunity, engaging how interested PGR students are. So yeah, okay, we're going to move on now because we've actually got our PGR students presenting now. But Andy, thank you very, very much for coming and staying for the whole day, and you know, sitting through all of the discussions and the groups. I hope it was interesting for you.
No worries at all. It's been a pleasure. And yeah, should anyone want to ask any other questions, do feel free to drop me an email at andrew.fleming@thebrilliantclub.org.
I did spell your name right on the programme. So.
Yes, you can find it on there as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and if anyone else is, of course, you can always email me, and I can pass you on. Yeah. But again, thank you very much, Andy, and I hope you'll stay to listen to some of our PGR presentations.
I certainly will. Yes, thank
you. Okay, so without further ado, Paul, are you here? No, he's not. I think Paul was actually called into...
No, it's okay, I'm here. I am here.
You are here. Great.
Yeah, sorry, it was just a bit laggy for a moment then.
That's all right. We nearly... No, we weren't going to replace you. Of course we weren't. We couldn't.
No worries. No, it's fine.
Okay, I'm going to pass straight over to you, Paul. If we were able to kind of stick to about sort of 10 minutes and 5 minutes for questions at the end. And again, any questions in the...
Okay. Right, sorry there. I realized I muted myself. There we go. Okay, so my topic is an exploration of emerging visions of leadership in contemporary Benedictine school chaplaincy. So I was inspired to begin my research into Benedictine education after a visit to Core Abbey, a Benedictine monastery on the Isle of Wight. During this visit, I was overwhelmed by the open-hearted welcome and hospitality of the monks. Just the fact that as a guest, I was invited to pay what I could for my stay, including nothing at all if necessary, was somehow reassuring. In a world where it seemed that almost everything goes to the highest bidder, which is really the inner logic of capitalism, to be given a warm welcome to the Abbey, offered a clean, warm room, fed 3 square meals a day with access to unlimited tea, coffee and biscuits, guided spiritually if required, and all of this with no questions asked, was something of a revelation to me. It dawned on me that there was something incredibly special about the Benedictine monastic tradition. As I began to learn more about it, I discovered that Benedictine hospitality is one of the 4 foundations of the Benedictine monastic tradition, of the other 3 being prayer, community, and work. For Benedictines, hospitality is not just about caring for a guest's material well-being, it's about meeting the guests wherever they are on their journey without judgment. According to Saint Benedict, guests are to be welcomed as Christ. Within the church, this means to give someone the highest honor. As a teacher, it occurred to me that Benedictine hospitality could provide the security, acceptance, and reassurance that all children need to flourish as mentally healthy and happy individuals. And this is where I began, setting out to research Benedictine hospitality and to find out how it could be integrated with educational practice to create schools where children have what Bowlby called a secure base, the necessary conditions for full human flourishing and robust mental health. Once I started to read more deeply into the Benedictine monastic tradition, I learned that the 4 foundations are inseparable. Take away one corner and the whole house falls down. So I widened my research to include all 4 foundations: prayer, community, hospitality, and work. Now, given that this paper is about my research journey and is only 10 minutes long, I cannot stop to discuss these 4 foundations in depth. However, what is important to know is that the 4 foundations are understood as an organic whole, which together enable each individual monk to seek God. That is the reason why they joined the monastic community, to seek God in a life of prayerful solitude. In that purpose, they are united as a community. However, Saint Benedict's gift was understanding that whilst a whole community can share one purpose, nevertheless, each individual is distinct and unique. No community or organization, be it a monastery, school, or business, can flourish unless this fact is recognized, and all people are unique individuals with unique strengths, weaknesses, and needs. They need to be able to find their place as individuals within a larger community. Saint Benedict wrote a rule to guide the life of his monasteries so as to enable this careful balancing act. As my plan began to take shape, I sought and was granted permission by 3 English Benedictine schools to conduct research into emerging visions of leadership in contemporary Benedictine school chaplaincy. I chose this line of inquiry because by now I had realized that the 4 foundations of the Benedictine monastic tradition do not just exist by themselves. They need to be given life, maintained and transmitted within a community, and this happens when the community live according to the rule of Saint Benedict. In a school setting, which is somewhat removed from the monastic community, creating the Benedictine ethos, which is built upon the 4 foundations, is a whole school effort. However, in the day-to-day running of the school, it is maintained by the leadership of the head teacher and the school chaplaincy team. Historically, in a Benedictine school, head teachers and school chaplains would have been Benedictine monks, but in recent decades, a decline in vocations to the religious life, concomitant with a decline in religious observance in Western Europe, has reduced the number of monks available for this work, and so the responsibility is being handed on to lay people. Thus, my research focused upon emerging visions of leadership. A key question underlying which is how and to what extent the Benedictine charism or ethos can be transmitted by lay people instead of religious. In theological terms, this is a fascinating question which revolves around understandings of the consecrated life, the monastic profession, and the potential of lay people to manifest a Christ-likeness in the same way as monks. Following the advice of my supervisors, Dr. Lydon and Dr. Healy, I have kept my methodology simple. Without feeling the need to pigeonhole myself unnecessarily, I have worked broadly within the interpretative tradition using case study and semi-structured interviews. An initial plan to corroborate the qualitative data with quantitative data in the form of a Bristol online survey has been put on hold because I was able to interview over 80% of the relevant population and of the 20% not interviewed, most were invited to participate but chose not to respond. As I begin planning to present the data, I am designing a research matrix which will enable an analysis of emerging visions of leadership in contemporary Benedictine school chaplaincy, using concepts such as habitus, field, symbolic power, framing, visible and invisible pedagogy, and spiritual capital. In this respect, I am indebted to Bourdieu, Bernstein, Grace, and Leiden. I understand my research to be an expression of social science, which does not attempt to produce the sort of rule and logic-laden theory that would be expected in the natural sciences. In this regard, I am influenced by the work of Foucault, Bella, and Flyberg in developing a frenetic form of social science. However, my research does not overly concern itself with the nature and use or abuse of power. Of course, the role of authority and power is relevant to any study of leadership, but those concerns are beyond the scope of this project. I hope that my work will provide an insightful commentary upon emerging visions of leadership in contemporary Benedictine school chaplaincy that will prompt, facilitate, and encourage discussion amongst interested parties in the same sort of way that Bella's Habits of the Heart did for people interested in the development of modern American society. Fieldwork. In 2 of the 3 schools, my fieldwork ran like clockwork. At one school, it did take longer to organise. Although I had the full backing of the headmaster and the chair of governors, I was not sure that the same could be said for the head of chaplaincy. My emails were not answered, or not answered quickly, and I began to wonder whether there was resistance to what might have been perceived as a top-down initiative, which was therefore not getting support from the people who mattered most. My main concern became that I might have ended up visiting the school for my fieldwork, but once there, not be given enough access to conduct rigorous interviews. I felt very much at the mercy of someone else's agenda. In the end, the coronavirus lockdown changed the whole dynamic completely. Not being able to visit the school, I completed my final interviews via Zoom. Interestingly, in my interview with the head of chaplaincy, I realized that his slow response to my previous emails was not a sign of his reluctance to participate, but simply an expression of a different rhythm of life. Overall, my fieldwork has been successful. I have been lucky to experience a remarkably high level of participant response, which was essential for the project to be viable. The ease with which the participants freely gave of their time became for me symbolic of the generosity of life which is evident in Benedictine monasticism. Many of the respondents have invited me to return for further discussion if I have any questions. The fieldwork has raised several questions for which I now need to adapt elements of my literature review. The swift and thorough nature of the response from the Benedictine community has, in some places, exceeded the limits of my literature review, so that I am returning to the literature with fresh ideas and insights that need inclusion. I do think that this is appropriate, that rigorous fieldwork ought to raise further questions that the literature review can grapple with. I am in a position to ask further questions in the field should I need to, and so I anticipate moving forward with an agenda that is shaped by a living relationship between the literature review and the fieldwork. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Paul. And that was wonderfully timed, I have to say.
Oh, good.
Okay, so we'll wait for questions at the end. So now we're moving on to Abby Maguire, who is going to be talking about dealing with controversial issues in religious education. Are you there, Abby?
I am. Can you hear me all right?
Brilliant. We can hear you perfectly. I'm going to pass over to you now.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. My name's Abby Maguire, and I'm a first-year PhD student at St Mary's in education. So thanks, Kim, for the opportunity to be here. It's been so great to hear all about the research throughout the day, but especially about Paul's just before me. And my research project is related slightly to his. So yeah, it's fascinating. But the research journey is exactly that, isn't it? It's a journey, one that starts long before pen is put to paper or fingers to keyboard. For me, I love a good story. My kids love a good story. And there's something fascinating, not just about the stories that are told about the joys and challenges of doing research, but also about the stories that lead people to do research in the first place. And so if it's okay with you, I'd like to start there, talking about the journey that led me into research in the first place. Now, it's often considered cliche, isn't it, that certain events shift the courses of our lives. And yet we know from experience how frequently this is the case, both for our own lives and also for those around us. One hot, very hot Tuesday afternoon was one such event for me. let me set the scene. I did work for quite a number of years as an RE teacher in a very leafy seaside school in West Sussex. I taught about 600 kids in all different year groups throughout the week, but there were certain classes that were my favourite. The year 11s and sixth formers, so they must be about 16 to 18, they were by far the most enjoyable of my classes. The classes were smaller, they were old enough to have a bit more in-depth discussion, and you kind of got the honour of getting to know them a bit better, along with the banter that was inevitable. But it wasn't just the students that I liked, particularly in this age group, but the content on the exam syllabuses too. It was much more engaging in comparison to those further down the school. And for this particular course, there was a much greater emphasis on philosophy and ethics, which was the subject that I most enjoyed and still most enjoy. So during this particular rather smelly lesson at the end of the school day with my lower sixth year 12 class, we were discussing religious perspectives on ethical issues at the beginning of life. On this lesson's agenda was the abortion debate, and more specifically, the doctrine of double effect. Now, for A-level RE, the doctrine of double effect, in very simple terms, is something that says this. It says, it's okay to do something good that has a bad side effect, so long as the bad side effect isn't the primary intention. Obviously, it's a much more nuance than I just described, but hopefully you get the idea. And it's important in religious and ethical discussions on abortion because it's sometimes used to justify a termination where a mother's life is at risk. So it's okay to do something good to save the life of a mother that has a potentially bad side effect, a termination, so long as that the side effect is not the primary aim or intention. Now, I'm very aware that these topics are exceptionally sensitive and can often invoke a whole load of emotions, especially with young people, and perhaps even for ourselves too. So I recognise and appreciate that. And as a result, in my lessons, I would always allow students to say as little or as much as they felt comfortable, with no pressure to contribute verbally whatsoever. There was, though, the underlying expectation that if they did want to say something, however small, their opinions would be both respected and go towards kind of aiding the learning of the whole class. Now, there was one particular kid in this class, let's call him Tom for sake of argument, who on the whole was very quiet, very thoughtful, very hardworking. Tom was the kind of pupil you have in the background of your classroom, rarely says a lot, but the kind of presence that you miss if he wasn't there. You wouldn't pick him out of a group as anything special. Anyway, Tom, who had been relatively silent in all classes up until this point, had chosen this lesson, this one particular lesson on this hot Tuesday afternoon, to be the one in which he would share something so incredibly personal that it would ultimately go on to change the direction of my whole career and eventually lead me to research. See, tragically, several months before Tom was born, Tom's mum had been diagnosed with a particularly rare and aggressive form of cancer whilst she was still pregnant with him. The choice that the family faced was one that was unimaginably tough, one that I think many of us, including myself, can't really understand the enormity of. Terminate the pregnancy in the hope of saving Tom's mum, or continue with the pregnancy, saving Tom, and yet knowing that his mum would likely die during or shortly after childbirth. The family decided on the latter, and Tom was born 9 weeks early, with his mum sadly passing away only a few hours after he was born. Now, the student Tom, the one who was sat in front of me, shared his story. We're talking today about journeys and stories. He shared his stories. He spoke of his mum with the utmost kind of gratitude for the self-sacrifice decision of his mum. He spoke of his best friend, his dad, and how he wouldn't be here if it wasn't for his family's decision. He spoke of a story that was one of great sadness, but also great hope. And for me, in that moment, he left me speechless and in tears, along with many of his classmates. And I think I'm struck by two things. Firstly, the enormous weight of privilege that comes with being able to share as a teacher in part of students' journeys. and the feeling that my class was the place that he felt comfortable to be vulnerable. And secondly, that studying ethical or controversial issues in all aspects of education, but certainly in religious education, was not an academic or a theoretical exercise that could easily be confined to the pages of textbooks. Rather, that these issues affected many of the teenagers deeply and profoundly, and in a way that an undergraduate degree in theology and a PGCE hadn't quite prepared me for. In fact, I had absolutely no idea of what to do next with 13 teary 17-year-old lads in front of me. It was messy and uncomfortable and tangibly real. It felt wrong to get them to do the essay preparation that we had planned for the rest of the lesson. And it felt especially wrong to debate whether Tom's family's decision was the wrong or the right one. And so we just sat there with Tom, talking about the impact of his life story, his honesty, and it prompted others to share equally personal stories. My classroom was open for them to leave at the end of the lesson whenever they wanted. It was the end of the day. But many of them stayed for several hours, holding the space of the room until they felt comfortable to move things to a close. How I would start the next lesson, I have not a clue. But I knew that I wasn't quite able to approach controversial issues in the same way again. See, I think we know, don't we, instinctively perhaps, that controversy is something that is part of the human condition. And it's not always a bad thing. In fact, it can be a good thing. Now, without wishing to poke the political bear too much, but just to use as an example from the news during the past week, the controversy of the actions or inactions of certain government figures and entities has a habit of bringing to the surface the values that are important to us: integrity and justice, truth, transparency, honesty, fairness. These are positive things, and part of the role of the teacher is to encourage these values in pupils. Controversy can be a really good tool to enable students to discuss these values in a way that's rounded and mature, but it is at times, from the teacher's perspective, really challenging. And so it's these issues that are at the heart of my current research project. I want to know how teachers go about teaching controversial issues like abortion in the classroom. What do they feel their role is, and how do they navigate these complex issues to be able to facilitate learning? What challenges do they face, and what training do they need? Right now, I'm at the very start of the project. A couple of years ago, I undertook an MA in bioethics and medical law at St Mary's under the wonderful oversight of Trevor Summers and Matt James, which has been immensely helpful, both as an end in itself, but also in equipping me with some of the skills I've needed for my PhD. But like any good doctoral project, I have way more questions than answers at this point. I've not yet started my empirical work, but in time, I'm hoping that I can make kind of contributions to the ongoing debate about how controversy can be best used in areas of curriculum design and pedagogy and policy. Ultimately, the most important aim of my project is to try and better equip teachers, including myself, to navigate this kind of tricky terrain of bioethics and controversial issues in secondary school. Because it's a terrain that's really pastorally sensitive. It's my hope that as a result of my work, that teachers will be able to use controversial issues that are already on the syllabus in a way that's not only useful for learning in GCSE context, but also learning for life. So that's where I'm at the very embryonic stages, perhaps, of my research journey, but one that I'm looking forward to continuing over the next few years.
Thank you very much, Abby. What incredible work you're doing. It was really great to hear about that, and I think you kind of sent us all on a bit of a journey of reflection and so yeah, very nice and so engaging as well. Thank you. We're going to move on then. We can have some questions at the end, but we're going to move on now to Louisa Weinzel's presentation now. So Louisa, I'm going to pass over. Are you there? Is Louisa there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you're here. Lovely. Okay then, Louisa, I'm going to pass straight over to you. So if you'd just like to tell us your research subjects and your journey. Thank you.
Yes, I'm just loading up my... Okay, my research really stems from my career in business. I'm in my third year of my PhD, and most of my career I have been working in multinational business. I worked as an HR director, and particularly during that time, it really came to me how much language, particularly as multinational organizations mostly adopt a corporate language, which for the last 30 years has pretty much been English. And working as an international HR director, I became very aware of how this language plays out in the field, particularly when you're working with subsidiaries based all over the world who are operating in their own local languages and only really using the corporate language when they are interacting with headquarters or with other subsidiaries. And the impact that this particularly has on them and how they feel when they are interacting, because obviously some individuals are more proficient than others, and people are hired for different reasons for their expertise and not necessarily always because of their level of their language proficiency. And so when it came to deciding on a topic for my PhD, I really wanted to investigate this further, and interestingly enough, language in business is, or has been up until very recently, pretty under-researched. It's actually something that people have only recently thought about and started to look at. And primarily it has focused very much on interaction with subsidiaries, but not necessarily on the impact that it has on having to speak a foreign language, on the impact it has on people's emotions. And so for my main research areas, I am looking at examining the emotional impact of mixed proficiency levels in the corporate language, particularly in multinational teams. And the second research question is looking at how we can mitigate some of the issues, particularly the emotional issues that are felt by the individuals who are interacting in the corporate language. And one might say, oh my goodness, well, is that really going to be an issue? But actually, some recent studies have actually identified that it can have issues on people's interaction and people actually on their performance in on working as multinational teams, and collaborating in their teams. And so I have actually carried out my first study, and I'm looking to carry out a second study. And the first study, I worked with two multinational teams in two different multinationals, and there were 12 semi-structured interviews, two teams from two different organizations. There were 8 women, 4 men. They were all mid-senior career level. 8 of them were pretty fluent, of varying different levels of fluency, and there were 4 native speakers of the corporate language, and those 2 native speakers were actually the team leaders. And in order to actually find these participants, I went on LinkedIn, I went to my network and sent out information and managed to recruit my participants from my network on LinkedIn. And they were from all over the world. There were participants from Europe, from the States, from South America, from Asia, and also from Europe. In terms of, I carried out these semi-structured interviews, and I transcribed them, and in terms of the analysis, I selected thematic analysis. Thematic analysis is actually tends to be a bit more in this day and age. There's a bit of an umbrella term. A lot of people talk about thematic analysis, but and there are many different versions of thematic analysis because they all tend to share some degree of theoretical flexibility. but it can differ enormously in terms of both the underlying philosophy and the procedures for producing themes. I chose Brown and Clark's approach because they have characterized their approach with a more critical reflection on the research, both as a process and as a practice. And this is because the researcher really acknowledges their own position in production of knowledge and reflects on their own positioning, their own background, their own thoughts, and in terms of how they shape their analysis and how they collect their data. So it's much more self-aware than some approaches, and I felt that this is a very, if you really follow the process really carefully, I feel that it is a much more meaningful and a much more in-depth approach than some other approaches to thematic analysis. When I was actually analyzing this data, I also was very fortunate to have one of my supervisors also analyze the data with me. So we did achieve inter-rater reliability and had a very high consistency in the results of our analysis. And so to the results of this analysis. The predominant theme for in the first map was actually accommodation. And when we're talking about accommodation, we're talking about accommodating in terms of making arrangements for working with non-native speakers, helping them to taking time, making arrangements in order that we actually take time to actually understand what is felt, that we actually make arrangements to facilitate the understanding. And there were three sub-themes for accommodation. The first one is emotional, and emotional is looking at the reactions to different uses of register of the language, intonation, which was either expressed or observed. So in terms of absent or present, that was basically in terms of absent, it was observed, and present, it was felt. The second sub-theme is cognitive, and in the cognitive theme, we are looking at altering the way we think about something to change the way we feel. And that, again, in sub-themes, we looked at concentration and focus, and some of the emotions there you can see were self-conscious, stress and intuition. People felt tired or exhausted in terms of how they could change the way how they had to change the way they think in order to the way they feel. And then there was one positive actual emotion felt there. Some people felt that having to accommodate other people's perceptions and making arrangements to understand them, they felt some kind of mental agility, and they felt that they enjoyed that. The other third sub-theme here we have is practical and preparatory. And here it's all about taking preparatory and practical measures to work around certain challenges and setbacks. And people felt certain stresses here when they were working with software and translation devices. And people were feeling that they had to take time to do that, but they felt stressed in doing so. There was also time delay in working with and making arrangements to, for example, meetings, making extra time, and sometimes there could be certain frustrations felt. People felt they had to concentrate quite a bit. They might need to feel that they needed to go into a separate room in order to hear someone speaking who might have a particular accent. And bearing in mind that all of these interviews, I was interviewing people, that they're all interacting with people from multinational teams through conference facilities, through Zoom. I mean, there could be Zoom meetings, they could be Skype for business meetings, but they were all, a lot of them were very remote. So bearing in mind that you're taking these time to listen to people who are, for whom English is not their native language, and to obviously get the meaning across, both as a native speaker and as a non-native speaker, accommodation and taking time is one of the key aspects that people really felt that they needed to make. For example, the bottom two sub-themes there, you've got lack of foresight. Some people felt embarrassed if they hadn't prepared for a meeting or taken for an extra, prepared themselves in order to give more time or to make arrangements for that person to be able to understand them more easily. So that there were a lot of arrangements that needed to be made there. The second theme was muted expression and constraint, and this was identified by both non-native speakers and also by native speakers who were observing non-native speakers' reactions. So on the left-hand side, you see non-native speakers' constraint. So people were feeling pressured to actually mastering their, or to improving their linguistic skills in order to perhaps advance in their career, because they felt without it that they weren't going to make anything of their career. So they were fearful for that. And then on the other side, they felt perhaps constrained by their limited vocabulary, their confidence in expressing themselves against time pressure. Again, emotions identified were frustration, nervousness, sensitivity, fatigue. And then on the other side, we had the observer being affected by a muted expression. So they were observing, they were also observing some of these things going on, and also feeling quite a lot of empathy and concern that the non-native speakers needed more support in being able to express themselves. So we have some sub-themes there, obviously, as you can see, from observation of discomfort and expressing their thoughts and ideas to the boss, people feeling very constrained there too. And then moving on to the third main theme that was identified here. And here, as you can see, opacity, ambiguity and misunderstanding. So problems arising here partly because of signals that might be quite normal to people from one particular language or culture. And I want to say here, when we talk about language and culture, I'm not talking necessarily about national culture always. I'm always talking about linguistic culture, because here you've got also some of those are very intertwined, and things that might seem very natural to one multilingual or multinational group might be very different to another. And so you hear this gives rise to some sub-themes here, as you can see, cultural and linguistic clumsiness. Sometimes, again, it's all about sometimes, you know, anticipating those issues that may actually fall in a very in the wrong way and give rise to misunderstandings. Difficulties in understanding language and linguistic nuance, local concepts, and sometimes giving rise to insecurity and sensitivity. And then for some people, it was also about detachment from the rest of the team. They felt because they couldn't understand, or that they felt that they couldn't get their message across, they felt totally detached. And in some instances, it could even give rise to communication breakdown. So here we now, this is my my second thematic map, which actually puts all of those three main themes that were identified and the sub-themes that arose from it. And as you can see, it was accommodation, muted expression, and opacity, ambiguity, and misunderstandings. So from those three main themes, I am now, this is the end of, this is study one. I'm actually now going to embark on a second study, which is going to be with multilingual or multinational focus groups, and basing on the results of that analysis, I am now going to hopefully ratify, or maybe even gather further thoughts in terms of two focus groups that I am actually going to interview. But hopefully the expected contribution from this work is really looking at expanding diversity training, because diversity training very much so far has actually focused on cultural, racial, gender, generational differences. And I really feel that actually this should also include cross-lingual sensitivity, particularly for, I'm looking here and particularly in the context of multinational team leaders, but it could be for leadership at large, but also very much to identify leadership strategies to mitigate the problematic issues that are caused through language proficiency, different language proficiency levels in teams, and particularly the emotions that are elicited by them. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Louisa. As we've said before, I think there are some really interesting kind of crossovers between what you're doing and what the other PGR students are doing. So it's always great to hear these papers together. We're going to move on now to Angela Platt, and Angela is an academic liaison librarian in St Mary's Library. She is a PGR student at Royal Holloway, University of London. So Angela, I'm going to pass over to you to talk to us about how a strong online presence can impact and can aid impact and engagement. A brief look at 3 projects. So over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for Kim for arranging this and for inviting me. For me, it's a double delight to be able to attend and hear about everything today, and to be able to share a bit of my own research journey as well. As mentioned, some of you may recognize me. I am one of the academic liaison librarians at St Mary's. I'm also a PhD student at Royal Holloway, currently investigating the history of emotions and religious families in the 18th and 19th century, specifically looking at love. I'm not going to be talking specifically about my research for this brief presentation, but rather my research journey in impact and engagement, and in some of the other projects that I've been involved in. And true to form, I will be beginning with a historical story, though I will be foraying into the medieval period. So let me take you back to AD 781 to Alcuin of York. So Alcuin of York was a preeminent researcher and educator in England, and he was invited by Charlemagne, who was the king of the Franks, Lombards, and soon to be Roman Empire. He was invited by Charlemagne to come and revive research and education in his palace. Charlemagne recognized the pressing needs in the early medieval world, the need to preserve and disseminate knowledge. So Alcuin accepted. He sent a letter to Charlemagne with his first request, and he asked if he could send copyists to York to make copies of the smorgasbord of resources that he had available in York. And this is what Alcuin said. He said, "I therefore beseech your majesty to permit me to send a certain of our household to bring over into France the flowers of Britain, that the garden of paradise may not be confined to York, but may send some of its scions to Tours." So this Garden of Paradise for Alcuin was a collection of books which had been accumulated for a parish school in England. And with his help, Charlemagne inaugurated a center of learning on the continent. Subsequent to this, the King of Wessex, Alfred the Great, was allegedly inspired by these actions by Charlemagne and Alcuin to create his own Garden of Paradise, in which he oversaw the translation of many resources in what is now England into English, to ensure that they could be read more widely and more widely disseminated in the people's vernacular. So why did I tell this story? Well, I want to extend this metaphor and think about the Garden of Paradise in our times. And I want to think of the Garden of Paradise as any tools which help us to disseminate our research and spread enthusiasm for and knowledge of our research. So in other words, impact and engagement. And I know that impact and engagement, it has been discussed throughout the day, and quite positively, I think sometimes it can be discussed as sort of an omnipresent task which lurks in the background of academic progress. You do have to do it to contribute to the ref and that sort of thing. Research has demonstrated that it has been considered sort of an add-on that's not always eagerly anticipated, but I think it can be quite fun. And in this short presentation, what I'm going to do is take you quickly through 3 projects projects that I'm doing, which have allowed me to hone my impact and engagement skills and facilitated my own growing researcher identity, I think. And then I just want to share quickly 3 things that I have learned the most from being involved in these 3 projects. And I think all of these projects pertain to using tools which I have used to expand my own garden of paradise, to make my own research and interests more accessible to others. So the first project that I'm involved in is called the Citizens Project with Royal Holloway. And with the Citizens Project, we create content to raise awareness of the relationship between citizen and state in Britain over the last 800 years. Most of the content that we create is video in form. So let me just play a silent video in the background while I talk some more about this. So this is one of our videos that you can find on YouTube. Of course, it is narrated, so there is sound. This is mainly how we reach out to the community, so to speak. We work with various partners like researchers, other researchers, museums, heritage organizations to promote the public of history of Britain with an academic tone. And I'm actually currently working with the Newton and Cooper Museum to produce videos related to the slave trade. So that's the Citizens Project. The second project that I'll briefly tell you about is with a local school in Wandsworth called Ibstock Place School. I'm working as their archivist at the moment to try to find creative ways to embed engagement with school history and indeed with archives and primary sources into school life. And this has taken the form of things like an oral history club, recently participation in the Mass Observation Project. We're on the 12th of May. That same named archive collects diaries throughout England. I've helped create content for classes on history and humanities. I have also been teaching about history and archives during tutorial sessions, and of course, creating video and social media content for engagement, both within the school, but for stakeholders outside of the school, so both communities. And an example of this can be seen on the left. And then the third project that I just want to quickly overview is my own personal project. It's called Research Tips. Basically, being a PhD student, as I'm sure other PhD students here can attest, can be somewhat isolating. And I try to encourage other postgrad students to reach out with questions, share common knowledge and practice through this channel, which is mainly a YouTube channel that helps with academic writing and research questions, but also through a website which connects to the videos and also has a blog and some of their helpful guides as well. So all 3 of these projects have enabled me to be involved in impact and engagement regarding my own arenas of interest. And recent research in impact and engagement has noted there are 2 key parts of this enterprise. Firstly, building networks, and secondly, just being present. And so with that in mind, I want to go over 3 things, as I mentioned, that I've drawn from being involved in these projects, which has been really valuable for my own experience as a researcher who is increasingly thinking about how can I outreach the communities near me. And so firstly, I want to talk about the value of personal branding, which I've noted in being involved in these projects. Secondly, the value of diverse media tools. And thirdly, and finally, the value of using schools as a platform, which we've already heard a bit about today, I'm happy to say. So firstly, personal branding. So one of the key aspects of impact and engagement, of course, is to know your audience so you can build networks and develop good content that contributes to the outreach of different communities. And I've learned also to consider my own individual contributions to this environment. So engaging with these projects has taught me about what you might call my own personal brand. What do I bring to the table? What interests me about my research, and how can I best disseminate it or translate it for the communities outside of the academic sphere, which I'd like to reach. Now, I do hesitate to use the terminology personal branding. It has received some scrutiny because personal branding, of course, is a means of using market tools to think about what you're known for, how you can sell yourself. It has been criticized as being something of a commodification of the self. Indeed, one of the known critics who's recently done research on this is Professor Stephen Vallis, if you want to look him up, at Northeastern University in the US. And he suggests that thinking about personal branding is a surrender to market logic, or the commercialization of the personal self. With that in mind, however, I do think that some useful things can be assimilated from thinking about personal branding, though admittedly, of course, we don't want to just dehumanize the self. So for me, instead of thinking about it as something restrictive or commercial, I like to envision personal branding as something of a useful tool to help me think of the purpose of what I'm doing and apply it to my own professional life. And so I think of it as holding three functions. Firstly, it helps me to consider my message. So of course, to be effective at outreach, I need to think about what audience I want to reach with my academic research as I'm translating it. So what's my audience going to be? And then also, of course, what's my message going to be to that particular audience? Thinking about that translation, that middle ground. Secondly, I think thinking about personal branding does help me think laterally, which is something that has been discussed today, especially during the panel on interdisciplinarity. So it helps me think about all of my different interests, whether they're across different disciplines or the same discipline, and thinking about how these all transmogrify. And indeed, being involved in these three projects has helped me to think about how all of my interests fuse together. And so for me, of course, they might fuse together through engagement with public history and or academic skills development. And thirdly and finally, with personal branding, I think it's quite useful to think of it as a tool that doesn't define who you are, but a tool for development, a tool to think about impact and engagement. And of course, another set of tools which are supremely valuable in impact and engagement are the online media tools, which I am discussing next. But before I jump there, as I am a librarian, I can't help but point to further resources. So if you are interested in thinking more about personal branding as a researcher, this book by Cynthia Johnson called Platform is fantastic. It is written by a self-made marketing executive, so it is somewhat commercial, but she's written it with ordinary experts in mind. And so I think it could prove quite useful. But moving on. So the second thing that I've personally gotten out of working on these three projects is thinking about the use of diverse media tools. And according to recent research on impact and engagement by Domit and Tonkus, a strong online presence is absolutely essential for reaching a wider audience. And of course, it's essential because it helps to get our research out there for the first place. So thinking about diverse media tools, you can think about the various ways that you can get your research out there outside of traditional methods of just going somewhere and speaking physically at a particular location. So what different technologies can you utilize, social media, video, websites, in order to get your message out there? And of course, that's increasingly important in this ambiguous remote working period that we are in at the moment. Secondly, diverse media tools, utilizing them, especially social media tools, helps to build networks. And I've found that the more I engage with social media tools, the more opportunities that I find to build my network and to engage in outreach for various communities. And thirdly and finally, perhaps the most surprising thing that I've found from engaging more with diverse media tools, especially with video content creation, is how it's helped me improve my presentation skills. So creating videos, of course, you have to come up with a script and you have to decide what you're going to say, and then you have to deliver it. When I'm editing videos, of course, I could record it 1,000 times and then edit it and get rid of all the bad parts. But the more I do it, the less I fancy spending hours and hours editing. So of course that compels me to ensure that I'm presenting it correctly the first time, and thus I'm getting used to presenting, seeing myself on a screen and what that looks like, and honing my skills in that manner. So as a quick aside, before I move on to the last thing I've picked up on that I've learned regarding schools, let me just show you a few of the top tools that I like to use, particularly with video creation. Animatica, this is a really easy video creator. So if you are doing research right now, trying to think how can I outreach communities near me, creating videos, this is the tool to start with. It's a lot like using PowerPoint. It's absolutely fantastic. You can integrate PowerPoint slides, photos, videos of yourself, videos of you doing something on your screen, put it all together, overlay text and images on that, and add a narration as well. Super easy, and it's free to download if you have Windows 10. On the medium range for video content, If you want to use something called Powtoon, that's also free at basic level. This is an example of a video that we recently created for in St. Mary's Library for some of the students. And this is what Citizens Project uses as well to create our explainer videos. It's medium range, so a little bit more difficult than Animatica, but a great tool to use. And finally, if you want something more advanced to do, quite close to professional videos, Hit Film Express might be quite useful, which is also free at basic level, but I digress. Moving on. So of course, besides creation of videos, social media tools are absolutely essential and crucial for reaching out and impacting and engaging wider communities. So of course, Twitter, Instagram, maybe Facebook. I reckon, or I predict at least, that TikTok is going to be quite crucial in the next 10 years for disseminating some research, kind of like Twitter became quite crucial now. And WordPress, of course. So we've heard some talk about using blogs. And indeed, I think using blogs is fantastic. I think it's good to have your own personal blog. For me, I've found it really helpful to have a personal blog because sometimes I end up getting deterred or going on what we call in the US bunny trails in my research. And I don't know what to do with this little pocket of research. Maybe I haven't found a conference to present this pocket of research at, and so I'll put it on my blog instead. And I've also found it really useful to network with local historical organizations, local history centers, research centers at different universities, even ones that you're not attending, and they will often be quite keen to post your blog posts. And of course, as mentioned already, YouTube, if you want to do different videos, as I was showing you with those different free downloadable tools, YouTube is obviously the go-to place to post those. And again, two further resources, this book, YouTube Secrets, again, a bit commercial, but still meant to be for everyday people and researchers who want to export their knowledge to local communities. And this particular person here, Career Conversations, her entire sort of platform is to help PhDs branch out into the social media sphere. And so if you're interested in how to do that more, she is a great person to start with on her Twitter. So finally, thirdly, lastly, schools. And so schools have been discussed, of course, already by the Brilliant Club. And Abby, of course, also used to work at a school and mentioned the importance of schools. And I have found, working with schools, that I've been really impressed by two things. So firstly, I've been really impressed by how receptive they've been about learning new things. So as I mentioned, the Oral History Club, mass observation, and my opportunities to teach about my research in the classroom, I've been really impressed by how receptive even the younger years have been. And secondly, I've been quite impressed by the impact it's had on my own development. So it's helped me, as Andrew mentioned, it's helped me consider new ways of presenting my research interests, and it's helped me think about how might I take my academic research and knowledge and translate that for communities. And schools really are a ready-made audience. They're there. There's already a cohort of children there. All you have to do is reach out and go and have something to say to them, and obviously thinking about your message and such. So I think that reaching out to schools, whether it be through the Brilliant Club, which would be absolutely fantastic, or just reaching out to schools directly. And indeed, if you are interested in reaching out to schools directly, you can consult some documents on the National Coordinating Center for Public Engagement. And they have some really, really useful advice. If you want to reach out to schools to deliver a talk, deliver a workshop, help with after-school clubs, there's so many different things. And I think schools really are a ready-made audience that's great, not just for us to practice, but for us to disseminate our knowledge to wider communities. So in conclusion, so going back to Alcuin's Garden of Paradise to promote engagement and reap impact in my mind. So I've talked about, firstly, thinking about personal branding, about my message and my interests, how they might be cohesively presented and utilized for outreach. Secondly, I've talked about online tools to enhance this message and indeed build networks. And thirdly, I've echoed what has already been said, that it would be really great to just start with schools. And perhaps for me, and maybe other researchers as well, we might become like Alfred the Great, who was allegedly inspired by Alcuin and Charlemagne, to cultivate our own gardens of paradise, engaging communities with our research for a better and more well-informed world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. That was an an incredible presentation, which I think brought together everything that this festival has been about today. So thank you very, very much. We did have a question, but it seems to have disappeared now. Oh, right, we have something from Trevor, who says, what an amazing range of stuff. Great panels, so much inspiration there. And John Charmley says as well, agree with Trevor, immensely impressive. To all four of you, I think, you know, to hear about all of your research and about your research journeys is just so inspiring. We don't have very much time left, but what I do want to do is just really pass over to John Charmley, who will close the day for us. So Professor John Charmley, would you like to say a few words?
Well, all I can say is I quite often regret spending time in meetings, but the meetings today that's kept me away from some of this, I regret more than most. I was fortunate enough to hear the first part, and the last part was just so encouraging. I mean, you know, thank all four of you. I mean, what wonderful examples of research. And I think the attendance from supervisors and colleagues at St. Mary's speaks volumes. In the end, and I loved Angela's Alcuin quote, if universities and university research is not about creating our own gardens of paradise, I don't know what else it's about. But what this has shown is that the garden at St. Mary's is very fertile, and there are some excellent gardeners. And thank you, Kim, for putting this together today. It was a tremendous showcase. So well done, everybody, and thank you.
Thank you very much, John. We can continue the conversation at a different time. We can set up more of these Zooms and more webinars, but I'd just like to say thank you very much, and have a lovely afternoon, everyone. Thank you.